Thriller,
okay, geography, entertainment, history, literature, science, sports.
Go geography, go on.
Okay. Which peninsula is washed by the Gulf of Akbar and the Gulf of Suez?
Persian.
So there's the peninsula that is washed by the Gulf of
Is your name Thriller Ghost?
Akbar and the Gulf of Suez.
Come on, answer it. Answer it.
All right, cool. I'll go Persian Gulf. I can't think of any Gulf.
Sinai.
I don't know.
Yeah,
no,
Wendy.
Volkswagen
I
Golf.
don't know.
Right, you ready, Wendy?
I'm ready. As a ready.
Geography, education, history, literature, science and nature, sports.
History.
What was contained in the box?
Wait, can I just say, wait, you said
Arabian
Arabian Gulf.
Right in the middle.
Hold on. Ain't that the same thing? Arabian and Persian.
No.
No, it's not. They're the two different kinds of fucking planets.
It doesn't matter anyway. She's got the answer.
Anyway, ready, Wendy, you went for history. You're not off the scoreboard, mate.
It's all right.
What contained what? Contained what?
Right, you ready?
Yeah.
What were contained in the boxes sold for 15 pence each to create a world first on a 1919 flight from London to Paris? What was contained in the boxes sold for 15 pence each?
Wendy, can I answer? Wendy?
Yeah.
Alright, sandwiches, fruit or chocolate?
Say it again.
Sandwiches and fruit.
I said fucking no.
She has alcohol.
To be fair, when you have the end of the timer on the clock, so you get 30 seconds.
I am, as the questionnaire, I do think it's a shit question. I'll answer another history question.
Thank you.
I mean, what the fuck? It had no, it was a bit random.
Some
of them are a bit random.
I was actually right, and she said I'm wrong. Arabian Gulf are the same thing.
Can we make it a bit fairer for people? Can we make it just a little bit fairer for people and use the calendar?
Lunch on a plane. It was lunch. But that's what I'm saying. It didn't tell you. It just said lunch.
Ghost should have got that then.
No, because he fucking googled it.
Right, answer the question and it gets passed on.
Anyway, I'm going to go through that history question.
Wait. Box, how could Ghost get a point that wasn't even his? Because I didn't pass it on. I was going to answer it.
Yeah, she has got a point there. You should have kept your mouth shut, Ghost. And let her.
Lick said answer, so I answered.
No, answer me. Me, not you.
Wendy's question. Only Wendy can give it to you.
The word lunch. That's why I'm going to ask another question. So you could all still get this if Wendy.
Right, Wendy's question. This is Wendy's question. Go on.
Luke, before you ask the question,
for Wendy to replace the question that was a bit.
So everybody gets to the end of the countdown clock.
Right, you ready, Wendy?
Yes, sir.
Which England versus France battle is the first V sign said to have been rudely flashed?
Agincourt.
Is that your final answer?
It'll have to be, yes.
No, it's the Battle of Surrey.
You
didn't know that. You didn't know that.
You sounded confident now. I thought she's got that.
I thought I was right. Yeah, never mind.
You're sticking to entertainment. You're straying off.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, entertainment. Look, that's another thing I wanted to say. Everyone must know what group they want to pick there. So you don't have to go for every group all the time now, innit? Do you get what I'm saying, Lee? Just to say, sorry.
Yeah, I won't do it. Entertainment.
Link, if you're not too broken, right, and you can see the screen, there's a clock on there, and just let that go. And if they go for a minute and they don't answer, then you either get lost or you can.
This is 30 seconds long. This is 30 seconds.
I've actually just got the one box. I've got another box of questions, but I'm concentrate. Right, box, you ready? Since you've gone for entertainment, which duo were listed in the top 10 influences for rising violence on TV in a 1997 study?
1997 study.
Yeah, but it's ready. Which duo were listed in the top 10 influences for rising violence on TV?
I'm just going to take a guess and say Phil and Grant McCall.
How can I say Phil?
It's actually Tom and Jerry.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me. Tom and Jerry.
It's quite violent when you think about it.
I would say Ron Harris, right?
Who's the next person? Who's the next person?
Me.
Right, what are you going for then? Because I can't tell you what you're going for. You need to remember. What is it you're going to go for?
What? Who is it?
It's
Who is
like-
it? Oh, go.
I'll go for small.
What did... Oh, we've had that one. Hold on, I've got to try and get one again. This one. Which sport lost over 80,000 competitors during a stormy 1997 century race from France to Britain?
No fucking Googling golf.
What did you say? 80,000 competitors?
He's Googling. He's fucking Googling right now.
How do you spell 80,000?
Come on, go, start sticking.
Guys, no googling. That's it.
Go on.
Which sport lost over...
He said F1. He said F1.
F1.
No, it was pigeon flying.
Huh?
Oh, that was...
Look at my rise of
Right,
pigeon.
right, at the end, all you had to do was get to the skull. When you said F1, I thought, oh, it's only got... Oh, go on, get it.
Right, who's next?
Me.
No,
Me,
I'm
innit?
after Ghost.
No, it's fucking me. It's just had a go.
I'm after Ghost. What are you on about?
No.
Oh,
I'm after Ghost.
I'm through him.
I'm after the Ghost. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
No.
What do you mean no?
Thriller.
I thought you were after- What are you on about? Go on. Go on, Luke.
Right. He's got nothing on this.
Closest major city of the Iberian Peninsula.
No.
Go, repeat.
The closest city to the Iberian Peninsula.
Fucking hell, Morocco.
No, Madrid. Right, Wendy, we're going to make film for Whoopi Goldberg's first.
Is it the colour? Is it the?
It is that. Is that?
The colour purple.
Well done, Wendy.
Yeah.
Right, James, you ready? So, Wendy, go.
Come on, Seb.
No, you're not.
I'm glad.
I'm on.
Literature.
First produced Rushton was magazine that was first produced in the room where Willie Rushton. Magazine. What magazine?
He was a techno DJ.
I have no try to.
A big black good start. It was.
Holes in your head today, but I'm a pacifist. I've walked like ramblers, but not with real intent. And if you tolerate this, then your children will be next. And if you tolerate this, then your children will be next. 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 And on the street tonight, an old man plays with newspaper cuttings of his glory days. And if you tolerate this, then your children will be next. And if you tolerate this, then your children will be next. Will be next. Will be next. Will be
Right, is that Eric? I've just realised who your voice is. Sorry, I'm in bed because I'm not very well. I'm not very well. What are you doing?
I don't give a fuck if you're not very well.
You've never given a fuck if I'm very well. What is wrong with you? Why are you doing this?
I'm warning you now. This is the fucking last warning you've got.
Warning?
You've taken this offline, right?
I've taken it offline. I've taken it offline. You've made videos using my children. You've used avatars of my flat, my dad, my mum, my allotment. You've gone for my car, everything. What the fuck are you talking about, you sick cunt?
Do you want to listen to me or not?
Oh, fair enough. Go on.
Right, you decided to take this offline, right?
No, I've not decided. You decided to come into my life. Don't fucking make some shit up. I don't know who you are, weird old man.
The last warning. You mentioned my
Last
name.
warning? Last warning?
If you mention my name, AJ's name, Sabina's name, you'll have a knock on the fucking door.
I'm going to have a knock on the fucking door. By who?
Leave Sabina, AJ,
I didn't want to bring Sabina into it. They made out she's a solicitor and she's not, okay? I've been requested by law to report them for it because you have to use their name to check it. She said that she is a solicitor. She said that she's a solicitor. She said that her name is Sabina Wood. She said that. Herself said that. AJ then went on to tell the internet. AJ then went on to tell the internet he has control of her Facebook, has her driving license in his wallet. What the fuck is going on there? And she's not agreeing with him. Is this my fault? You lot all came after me. I don't know you people.
Leave Sabina.
I've not done anything to Sabina. She has proclaimed to be a solicitor, and now it doesn't marry up with what AJ has said online. You lot think it's fine to go down my Facebook accounts that I don't even have access to get things. You've taken my fucking children and made videos over it. You've put my shit out all over the place, and you've got the fucking audacity to call me and tell me to leave you alone. You haven't even got the bollocks to have your number come up. You fucking melt.
Leave Sabina.
I have not touched Sabina. I will not. The law will deal with Sabina and you and AJ and Danny and anyone else you want to fucking try and threaten me with. I am not fucking scared of you cunts.
You have been bringing her name up all the fucking time.
You are fucking finished. You are fucking finished.
Leave the woman.
I have not done anything. You are phoning me from a withheld number. You are phoning me and threatening me.
No, I'm not threatening. I'm just saying.
You've just fucking said it's your last warning. How many times? Last warning for what? Last warning for what? I've not done a thing, and I don't intend. I don't intend to do a thing. You fucking pricks harass me day in, day out. And you've fucking got the audacity to phone me.
If you mention her name once fucking more, it will be coming to your fucking door.
And you've just done it again. So you're threatening what is coming to my door?
Matter or that.
Wow. Fuck's sake. Oh, shit, man. Fuck's sake.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a doubt of that.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
I've just loaded legend up and I can see a real cock up. This game, it is an awful mess. This isn't Laura at her best. Where is my cyclip? Where's the dead? What have they done to Laura's hair?
Who are these 20 special children?
There's Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay, so how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know, because she comes and they do sex to her, mostly.
Who's they?
The teachers, the parents, the staff.
Every single teacher or specific teachers?
No, the whole school does it. The whole school, and we've got our own church. too. So because they do that, because after, as I said, we kill babies, we drink their blood, we eat them. But then after so the social services who are in it, they go to families or.
On the run the other way. Now we're back into the game. I've fallen from the bridge again. Bugger, let me load it up. But what is this? I'm out of luck. The checkpoint was before that part, and really I cannot be asked to play it all again. Ran into a boss today, but Laura couldn't get away. She ran out of the hell to see, cause she can only carry 3, and now she's just surrender one, so I am really out of luck. Send me a save. Going back to Venice soon to end this game of doom and gloom. Crystal D, this is a sham. Laura is now Shadow Man. This isn't TR, it's not cricket. I suggest you go and stick it where it hurts.
Pushing people's buttons to get a reaction can actually be very good for society.
But can it? Can trolling be good for society? The answer is not actually an automatic no, but it's not a yes either. The problem is a little more complicated than that. This is what South Park explores throughout Season 20. The season with a very tense situation.
Final result, 4 athletes sitting out on the national anthem, 3 of them not even black.
The girls at South Park Elementary are protesting because they're getting mercilessly bullied by a troll using a screen name SkankHunt42 on the school message boards. Heidi Turner gets trolled so hard that she quits Twitter. Everybody suspects Cartman to be the troll, but Season 20 Cartman is very different from the regular Cartman. He's in his woke era.
Girls rule, women are funny. Get over it.
Despite his apparent earnestness, nobody is buying his wokeness.
Everyone knows you're acting this way by day, so you can be horrible to people on the internet at night.
The boys begin fearing that girls might do something drastic, so they lure Cartman into the woods and destroy all his electronics.
Please don't break my stuff, you guys. This is like 2 Christmases and a birthday worth of stuff.
Cartman's begging doesn't work. The boys are convinced that if they destroy all his gadgets, then he can't go online and troll people. But the boys are wrong. Cartman is not the troll. So who is the troll? Everybody has a theory.
Someone who probably still lives with his mother and hates himself.
But the troll doesn't live with his mother. He's not some loser who has nothing better to do. The troll is actually Kyle's dad, Gerald Broflowski. He has a good job as a lawyer. In this, South Park pointing out the often ignored fact that trolling is not just a loser's game. Anybody can be a troll. 2 of the biggest trolls alive today are Donald Trump and Elon Musk. You would think that they'd be too busy doing billionaire stuff to troll anybody, but they somehow find time to spend 18 hours a day stealing memes and arguing with peasants on Twitter. Billionaires. They're just like us. However, unlike Elon and Trump, Gerald has the advantage of anonymity. People only know his screen name, SkankHunt42. This anonymity allows him to be so much nastier. Now, when a guy like Gerald does something like this, the first question is always, why? Why is he so crude and nasty? Why is he photoshopping penises into women's mouths? Why? Why? Gerald believes he has a good reason for what he's doing.
Could be someone who just kind of thinks it's funny to stir the pot and watch everyone freak out.
This is a reason Gerald gives to defend the hypothetical troll that everyone assumes is an elementary school kid. He gives this reason to his wife, gives it to his children, gives it to his fellow trolls, and literally everybody else. This is probably what Gerald tells himself as well. But he doesn't believe it. Not completely. He has doubts sometimes.
Maybe the fact that it's so not funny makes it somehow funny?
to kids?
When we combine these doubts with Gerald's behavior, we start to see the very real reason as to why Gerald is actually a troll. We just have to examine two very similar but different scenes. The first one is this scene from the second episode of season 20. Gerald goes for a jog after a night of trolling people online, and he is as happy as he can be. Nothing can keep him down.
Get out of the street, idiot!
Sorry, my bad.
He's smiling, happy. He ignores arguing neighbors and pretty much everything else. When a cyclist almost runs him over, Gerald just laughs it off and waves at the guy.
No worries.
Then there is a similar scene from the fourth episode. Here, Gerald has temporarily stopped trolling people on the internet, and now he's irritable. The same things that he brushed off with a smile before now bother him. When the cyclist from earlier almost hits him, Gerald curses.
Son of a bitch! Ah!
Happy-go-lucky Gerald is gone. So while Gerald might tell everybody, and even himself, that he just trolls people just because he thinks it's funny, there's clearly a much darker impulse. Look at this. It's a very innocent post. Hey, I just want to remind everyone about the ice cream social to benefit homeless teens. Looking for volunteers. And what's Gerald's response?
Hey, I'd like to volunteer to kick you in the Where do I sign up?
This is uncalled for. The poor lady didn't deserve it. Or this one.
This is my daughter at the triathlon today. Go, little girl.
Boring, wholesome family stuff. But what's Gerald got to say about this?
Your daughter has a mustache! What the hell is wrong with your ovaries?
He does this all night, and he has a lot of fun doing it. This is not funny, it's just cruel. Gerald is lashing at these people on the internet who have done nothing to him. And from the two scenes we just examined, we can start to see why. Gerald trolls to let out his frustration. When that cyclist almost runs him over, Gerald just smiles and lets it go in the moment. Then, later on, he lets out that frustration on some poor lady online. This is an obvious case of misplaced anger. So why is misplaced anger even such a problem in the first place? It's society, and also us. Social conventions dictate that we have to be nice to each other all the time. We're constantly pressured to suppress our dark emotions. Things like anger are often treated like a disease rather than a normal part of the human experience. In the gap year between high school and college, I worked a retail job where I was required to smile all day. Even when grown men and women were acting like spoiled toddlers, I still had to paste on a smile and be as nice as possible when what I really wanted to do was punch them in their stupid faces and watch their teeth fly through the air. But I couldn't. I would lose my job and face an assault charge. So I sucked it up and took it, day in, day out. The customers always knew that we had to be nice to them, which just made the bad ones worse. They would aggravate you more and more because they know you couldn't do anything. Now, you've probably had similar experiences. There are things that you've wanted to do or say, but you just couldn't. Expressing negative emotions of any kind has become increasingly taboo in our society, especially in the workplace. And this doesn't make the negative emotions go away. We still feel them, we just can't express them. Anger has always been a valid response to unacceptable behavior. Even instincts like violence have their place in the human experience. But the expression or even discussion of such feelings has become largely unacceptable. We all have to pretend that all the frustrations can be solved by woohoo nonsense like just brushing it off or taking deep breaths. What happens is that all this frustration just mounts up inside until we find a convenient outlet for it. An outlet like an anonymous internet message board. That's why a guy like Gerald can be nice and smile at everyone all day, then start saying the most horrible things imaginable once he gets behind a screen. The internet is the only place where you don't have a self-censor. You don't have to suppress what you're feeling or force your thoughts through a niceness filter. This is the reason why places like Twitter, Reddit, and 4chan can be so toxic. People don't just say exactly what they think. They often exaggerate to overcompensate for all the crap they have to eat in polite society. While trolls might feel justified in taking out their frustrations on innocent people online, their actions don't just disappear into the ether. These actions can have devastating consequences. We see this with Gerald. He doesn't just make people feel bad. Those are the first-order consequences. Gerald's trolling creates a butterfly effect of second, third, and fourth-order consequences that make everybody's life so much worse. While Cartman gets blamed for his actions, Cartman gets all the electronics destroyed, which in turn gets him into a relationship with Heidi Turner. That relationship puts the toxic in toxicity and takes Heidi's life down a horrendous path. Shameless plug, but I made a video about that. There's also tension between all the boys and girls at South Park Elementary. When the trolling doesn't stop, the girls dump all their boyfriends. This leads to a gender war as Butter starts the hashtag #WienersOut movement. Events in our own world have already shown us that there are no winners in a gender war. Our entire species loses. It's a shit show all around. But the saddest and scariest consequence of Gerald's trolling comes when he picks on a website for breast cancer survivors. It's run by a Danish Olympian named Freya Ollengard. At first, Freya appears to be a match for Gerald.
This little troll can have his fun. I'm going to be the bigger person.
Gerald takes up the challenge to show Freya just how nasty he can be.
Game on.
Gerald's trolling is relentless. He even trolls Freya on live TV.
You go, girl. You're doing great things. Don't let trolling stop you. And that is from Dr. Where'd Your Go?
The interviewer is completely clueless, which makes the whole thing very funny for Gerald and very painful for Freya.
Believe in yourself and don't listen to the haters. You're an inspiration. That's from Hungarian physician Dr. Kutsir Bubzov.
Gerald is over the moon.
He shoots, he scores!
Gerald is so pleased with himself that he brags to his son Ike.
I guess the troll from the school message boards is now harassing a famous Olympic athlete again. You know, you might say she's asking for it.
Other trolls copy Gerald, dogpile on Freya, and she finally can't take the hate anymore. She jumps out of an 11th floor balcony. This kind of thing has happened a lot in real life. While adults don't do it as much, a horrendously large amount of teenagers have taken their lives after being targeted by vicious and faceless cyberbullies. Gerald predictably freaks out.
Oh God, oh no, oh!
Despite being a grown man with a wife, children, and a job as a lawyer where he deals with the legal system every day, he seems to have forgotten that actions have consequences. And those consequences are coming for him. Denmark's entire population is very angry at the troll. They don't know who he is yet, but they intend to find him. They take the pain of losing Freya, combine it with the frustration of losing 200 wars to Sweden, and focus all of it on finding Gerald. They build a program called Troll Trace. Meanwhile, Gerald comes from shopping to find a troll's worst nightmare. There is a note under the windshield wiper of his car. Gerald Broflowski, I know who you are. For the second time in as many days, Gerald freaks out.
Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God!
He learns firsthand that it is not fun to be trolled.
Protocol 0.
Gerald deletes his entire browsing history, deletes all his emails, destroys all his electronics, and then catapults them into a lake just to be sure. Does that do the trick? Of course not. He forgot about syncing. When he remembers and checks his son Ike's computer, he finds another email waiting for him. It says the same thing the note says. I know who you are.
Meet me under the Fremont Bridge, 9 a.m. tomorrow.
A terrified Gerald shows up to his meeting under the bridge expecting the worst. But he is in fact in luck. It's not Freya Ollengard's Avenging Angel. At least not yet. It's another troll. A fan.
We need to talk.
Gerald doesn't want to talk. He's just happy to avoid paying for his sins.
Oh, thank God!
The troll begs and begs, but Gerald is done with the life. Swaggins follows him home and does the whole we need to talk thing from Love Actually. Gerald tries doing normal, non-trolly things. He tries sleeping and jogging, none of it works. It's almost like trolling is an addiction. So he steals an iPad his wife got him. He had initially refused it, but he can't resist the urge to just be nasty to somebody. But Sheila catches him, which is awkward. He lies and says he was watching pizza delivery movies, but his wife knows he watches them and she doesn't care. So he lies some more and says he was watching the pissing stuff. This gets his wife worked up.
Do you want me to pee on you?
No!
You only like watching other women pee? Because they're pretty?
This is South Park pointing out the lengths troll will go to hide their online activities. They may enjoy it and justify it in 100 different ways, but they know on some level that it is wrong. They are just unleashing their anger on people who don't deserve it. So after this humiliating night, Gerald talks to the troll he's been ignoring, Dildo Swaggins. What he discovers sends him into full panic mode. While he was hiding from the internet, the Danes started working on the Troll Trace project. Its only aim is to expose everybody's browser history.
Every message, every comment ever made by trolls will retroactively be given a tag with the author's name, location, and full internet history.
Gerald nearly poops his pants. The Troll Trace CEO makes it very obvious what the consequences will be like.
Cum ut, troll. Cum ut und die.
Gerald doesn't speak Danish, but Swaggins translates it for him.
Come out, troll. Come out and die.
Gerald knows he's cooked.
Then it's over. I'm dead.
But Swaggins believes there is still hope. He introduces Gerald to all the other trolls in Colorado. The Troll Trace project is not fully funded yet.
We are just a few million kronas away, so please donate via the social media of your choice.
The trolls decide to destroy the project before it gains enough funds to expose them. So they troll the hell out of Denmark. And it's not actually that hard. It's flatter than a pancake, and its entire population is made up of the people who are too chicken to go on Viking raids. The cool Danes conquered England. The cringe ones stayed behind to ride bicycles and pretend that a rotten fish is delicious. But Gerald goes beyond that. He teaches his fellow trolls the art of trolling.
Look, you don't just troll a woman with cancer to get a reaction from her. It's all about the group of people that are going to come to her defense.
This is why Gerald is so good at trolling. He thinks a few steps ahead. Not far enough ahead, obviously, or he wouldn't be in the trouble he is in now, but just far enough to create an unbelievable chaos. He knows that once he trolls a woman with cancer, people are going to defend her, and he's prepared for that.
They're going to be so self-righteous that another group of people will eventually find those people totally annoying.
Gerald is basically teaching the trolls how to create grade A rage bait, which creates its own self-sustaining reaction. It's a tutorial on how to start a war. Even the trolls are shocked.
That seems kind of mean.
Nevertheless, the trolls do it. It's the only hope of maintaining their privacy. Coordinated trolling attempts like this are not unprecedented. They have happened several times before, actually. 4chan once helped a 39-year-old man win a Taylor Swift meet and greet contest because he wanted to sniff her hair. Taylor got creeped out and canceled the entire thing. Later on, she held a contest for schools. The schools with the most votes will get a free Taylor Swift concert on campus. 4chan got together again and made sure that the winner was the Horace Mann School for the Deaf. That was top-tier trolling and very funny. What Gerald and his buddy end up doing is the complete opposite. They just fling as much poop as they possibly can until something sticks. This strategy works beautifully. They claim that Lego is funding ISIS. This was before Denmark invented Ozempic, so it failed to attract any heavy support.
Sir, public opinion of Denmark is very, very shit.
The Trollface CEO, Leonard Bedrager, realizes that he can't respond.
Our only choice is to go offline. You mean we have to quit the Twitter? Everything, you ignoramus!
Mr. Bedrager's name is actually a big hint for what's in store for Gerald. If you're fluent in the series of barbaric grunts that pass for the Danish language, you already know what it means. If you speak a more civilized language, don't worry, you'll find out soon. Now, Gerald and his troll buddies don't know what Mr. Bedrager's name means, or what he's actually planning. This makes them celebrate prematurely. Gerald even goes back to full-time trolling.
Nobody cares about your fat sister with Lyme disease.
But disaster is coming. Her name is Heidi Turner. Remember when Gerald trolled her so hard she quit Twitter? Well, before she did, she had been trying to hunt down the troll.
What is all this? To try and prove who the troll was, I started to look for patterns in how students used emojis.
According to Heidi's emoji analysis, the dreaded troll, SkankHunt42, is not actually an elementary school kid like everybody assumed. It's a parent. Heidi shares all that research with Leonard Bedrager. With Heidi's research, the Danes narrow down the location of the troll's attack.
It is a location in the middle of the United States, a place they call Colorado.
Colorado? That's a very goofy name.
Speaking of names, what does Bedrager mean? It means deceived, fraud, conman, troll. His big plan is to expose everyone's entire internet history. It's just the nature of technology. If it could be used to expose the internet's history of trolls, it could be used to expose the internet history of everyone. It's kind of like a GPS chip on your phone. You can use it to navigate and check the weather, but the CIA can also use it to check exactly where you are. The city of Fort Collins, Colorado becomes the first recipient of this new innovation.
Once again, if you live in the city of Fort Collins, there is a chance that all your emails and your entire internet history has been made accessible to the public.
The chaos is instant. Married men get exposed for their cheating. Women get exposed for their secretly trashing their friends.
Hello, MLKKK. You called my daughter R2D2.
Fort Collins is burning, and Gerald realizes that it's only a matter of time before he gets the MLKKK treatment. When a helicopter and a convoy of black SUVs come for him, Gerald knows he's cooked.
We're have him. Subject is home.
He tries to confess as quickly as he can.
They're coming for me, Sheila! They know everything!
About what?
Everything I did online! It's over!
But it's not over.
We've come to ask for your help.
Now it's over. Hillary Clinton wants Gerald to go to Denmark and steal the troll trace technology so she can prove she didn't lose the election. So Gerald goes to Denmark as a spy. He was given a briefcase that is supposed to detonate at exactly 9:30 and fry the troll trace servers. When the time comes, the briefcase pops open and never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Gerald and his troll friends have been played. The Danes knew who they were all along. Hillary Clinton and other powerful people didn't want the internet's history exposed, so they sacrificed Gerald and the other trolls, handing them over on a silver platter to placate the Danes. Once the Danes had their trolls, they wouldn't bother with anybody else's internet history, would they? Normally they wouldn't. Danes are very reasonable people as long as you don't mention Sweden. But Leonard Bedrager is not even a Dane. He's a troll, a con man. He has his own plan. He betrays Hillary Clinton and releases everybody's internet history anyway. The man's goal all along was to start World War III by exposing everybody's secrets. He wants to watch the world burn.
We're going to use you to set the world on fire. When the servers go online, there will be panic, chaos, and war.
A lot of countries are nervous. The Chinese are mobilizing for World War III. Even allies don't trust each other anymore.
Sir, a message from Saudi Arabia. They say they pinky promise not to look up our internet history if we pinky promise not to look up theirs.
Private citizens mirror the same worries that their governments have. They're all facing the same dilemma.
If we can all agree to resist the urge to look up other people's internet histories, Maggie, then our town won't suffer the same fate as Fort Collins.
This is a prisoner's dilemma. It's one of the toughest problems in game theory. The classic problem is that you have two suspected criminals in different interrogation rooms. If they don't snitch on each other, they both go free. But if suspect A snitches on suspect B, he goes free, and suspect B gets 10 years in jail. If both of them snitch on each other, they both get 5 years. The suspects can't communicate with each other. Each suspect has to make his decision in isolation and just hope that the other guy doesn't snitch. The prisoner's dilemma is tough enough when you only have two people, but once you apply it to the population of the entire planet, it's over.
I know, I'll certainly respect others' privacy, but what about people like Laura Tucker the Blabbermouth?
The right thing is deceptively easy. If nobody looks up anybody's internet history, then nobody finds out anything he is not supposed to know, and social harmony is maintained. But if just one person does it, all hell breaks loose.
This hack of our city will never happen, so long as we can rely on the rationality of the American people.
Yeah, fat chance. In the prisoner's dilemma, most suspects snitch on each other and both end up going to jail. A fate they could have easily avoided by keeping their mouth shut. The reason is simple. There is no honor among thieves. If you had any honor, they wouldn't be thieves in the first place. So they betray each other and end up losing every single time. The people of South Park feel the same way. They know they can't trust their neighbors. This is a very funny commentary on the complete breakdown of social trust in our communities. And because people can't trust their neighbors, they only have two options: leave the planet or destroy Denmark. Leaving the planet isn't viable because SpaceX doesn't have the technology to get humans to Mars. So that only leaves one option: destroying Denmark. Which brings us to Leonard's plans. Was he too stupid to see that the world would be destroyed? Governments would never let anybody expose their secrets. Just look at what's happened to the likes of Julian Assange and Edward Snowden. All they did was publish a few embarrassing government secrets that we all kinda knew about. We know politicians are corrupt, and we know the government is spying on us. We just didn't have proof until Snowden and Assange provided it. But revealing this was a no-no. Assange and Snowden instantly became wanted men. As for the men who had really damaging secrets like Epstein, well, the less said, the better. You already know what happened to him. So how exactly does Bedrager's plan get away with exposing everybody's secrets? That's the neat part. He doesn't. He is fully aware of the human cost of his plan. He knows Denmark will be destroyed and millions will die in wars all over the world because of his actions. But he is perfectly prepared to take that trade-off.
Because it's freaking hilarious!
Sacrifice millions of lives? Why? Bedrager's is a different kind of troll, a more calculated and a more dangerous one. Gerald and his little band of mean-spirited little losers are small potatoes compared to him. But is he just doing it for the lulz, or does he have ulterior motives? The answer is yes.
Somebody who could rise to political power through nothing more than pushing people's buttons.
Bedradger's plan is basically America's Middle East strategy. Create a lot of chaos and then come in acting like the savior. It's psychotically brilliant. Start a war, let the people beat the living crap out of each other, and then come in near the end acting like you're the solution. The problem with convoluted supervillain plans like this one is that they only work if everybody else in the world is painfully stupid. And in the South Park universe, people are just stupid enough for it to work. Yes, Kyle interferes, but it's an accident. He learns that his father is the troll, and he is in Denmark, trapped in Troll Trace HQ. Mr. Garrison, the new president by the way, already has bombers en route to bomb Denmark. Kyle uses reverse psychology to make Garrison call off the bombs. He just tells Garrison that he is just being manipulated, which he is.
Maybe I won't bomb Denmark. What do you think about that?
Yeah, you will, because you're a little
So Mr. Garrison calls off the bombers to prove that he's not being manipulated, which is exactly what Kyle wants him to do. This gives Kyle a reprieve, but it's a small one at that. Denmark has to be destroyed to protect everybody's secrets. If America doesn't do it, some other country will. Kyle gets his friends together and hatches a plan to save his dad and everybody else by generating as much hate as possible so it can overload the Troll Trace servers. The Pentagon has an even better idea.
And if this kind of overreaction can be amplified, it could blow out the internet.
With help from the Pentagon and SpaceX, the boys succeed. They blow up the internet. Everyone's browsing history gets wiped from existence. Gerald gets away with everything. He never has to face the consequences of his actions. The only people who knew that he was a troll are Kyle and Ike, and they're not going to snitch. This may be unsatisfying, but it perfectly mirrors real life. Trolls really get punished because the vast majority of them never get caught. But trolling in South Park doesn't end with the reset of the internet. In the final scene of the season, a reporter interviews the man who has sent the first email on the new internet. He sent an email to an old friend. I know what you're thinking. What did it say?
I showed him my dick.
This might seem a nihilistic conclusion to the story we've been following for about 10 episodes now, but it's South Park. As always, pointing out the harsh reality. People will always find places to say things they're not allowed to say in polite society. Today it's the internet, and all these apps with disappearing messages. For previous generations, it was the toilet wall. I'm sure you've probably seen some wild stuff on the walls of your school toilets. This was a tradition as old as time. We've had insults scribbled on toilet walls in Pompeii from 2,000 years ago. So, to answer the opening question, is trolling good or bad for society? The answer is neither. Trolling is like pooping. It may be unpleasant, but it's an inescapable part of the human experience. Just like we can limit pooping in the streets and restrict it to toilets, we can limit trolling in the wrong places, but we can never eliminate it. People will always have thoughts and opinions that are considered unacceptable by polite society. They're not going to suppress those thoughts and opinions forever. They'll always find a way to express them. Trying to ban trolling completely just results in people supporting politicians who say the things those people are thinking, but can't say out of fear of being canceled. It's how Mr. Garrison in South Park and his real-life inspiration Donald Trump got elected president. There are lots of people who supported Trump, but they were too shy to admit it until they got into the voting booths. When no one was watching, they voted for him. The UK had this problem for a long time that they actually gave it a special name, the shy Tory factor. During polls, people say that they will vote for the Labour Party because it is a culturally cool choice. But come election time, the Conservative Party tends to significantly outperform the polls, while the Labour Party underperforms in them. The most widely accepted explanation for this is that many Conservative voters simply lie to pollsters. The shy Tories tell everybody that they're voting for the Labour, but they actually vote Conservative once they're all alone with the ballot. Issues like this don't affect politics, by the way. They affect everything. There is often a big disconnect between what people say and what they do. So when someone expresses what you might consider an unacceptable opinion, it might be worth to just let them talk and see if his argument actually has any merit. Shouting him down and telling him that he's wrong and stupid and evil doesn't change his mind. It just makes him lie to you. He lies to your face and trolls you online.
before? We have to get out of here. We have to get out of here. Take it easy. You take it easy. Quiet.
Afternoon, folks. I'll wait for about 2 minutes and then. But I was in jokes earlier. He's there now playing some stupid bloody video talking about how bad trolls are and blah blah blah. You know, him and Katie are the worst of the two, and Fat Dan, the three of them have got the internet sewn up for fucking trolls. Yeah, it's disgusting. It's literally disgusting. But hey, it is what it is. But one day, they will get everything they deserve. They will get everything they Afternoon, folks. I'll wait till about 2 minutes and then. But I was in jokes earlier. He's there now playing some stupid bloody video talking about how bad trolls are and blah blah blah. You know, him and Katie are the worst of the two, and Fat Dan, the three of them have got the internet sewn up for fucking trolls. Yeah, it's disgusting. It's literally disgusting. But hey, it is what it is. But one day, they will get everything they deserve. They will get everything they deserve coming to them. Because yeah, it's wrong. It's wrong what they're doing. It's wrong. It's wrong. So one person's in. Anyway, Merry Christmas, everybody. Oh, to a person run. Oh, run, rabbit, run, run. Yeah. You know this. I'm going to start anyway because I'll stick it on public. You know this situation with Hampstead. You know, are these people ever going to actually realise that none of it is? I don't know. None of it's actually real. I just don't get why these two are so obsessed. Hello, two people with making Hampstead be real. I mean, Jake wants me to believe that in a public toilet, in a public disabled toilet, there'll be 20 people, and they'll be checking a child in a public toilet. I mean, he says honestly, if he actually believes that, then I do actually think that they both need to have a bit of a John Patterson thing done on them. They need to be put away, and they need to be locked away forever. I don't know. I just don't know where it all comes from. But like I said, I'm not going into 2026 without getting this sorted. But it is. Hey, Helen. I've been over in Jake's. I went on the panel and he didn't like. He wanted me to talk about the children, and because I said no, I refused to address it. He basically kicked me off. Not long got back from shopping. Last minute shopping, batteries for kids' toys, yeah, that sort of thing. But you know what is going on with these two? I mean, I don't know. It frustrates me because all you ever hear is about what everybody else has done. You never ever hear about what she's done. You never ever hear about what she's done. She wrote to all of Jupiter's neighbours and telling them that Jupiter was involved with child trafficking. I mean, are you actually for real? And then Jake turned around and said today that Jupiter should move. Oh, what's that? So that Haley's got another set of Jupiter's neighbours to write to. There they are, Helen. And that's why I've always called them nonsense. I've always called them pair pedophiles, because I wouldn't say it about them if I didn't believe it. Because saying that about somebody is very, very, very dangerous. Yeah? But they're happy. They're happy to put people's lives in danger. They're happy to put children's lives in danger hourly, daily. They've got no consideration for anybody else. But like I said to Jake earlier in the chat, and I will reiterate it again, Jake, just remember, I do have your parents' address. Yeah? If I need to, I will use that. I'm sick of the way that you just think that you can go around talking to people, making people out to be wrong because they won't see the story. I tried to tell you on G-Block a long time ago, when there is a story, there is two sides, and there always has to be two sides. And just because somebody doesn't believe in your side of the story, doesn't make them people nonsense, doesn't make them people wrong, just makes them people clever enough to be able to make their own minds up. I just get so frustrated with him. You know, he's a fucking outright nonce. There is no other way. Helen, can you do me a favour as well? Can you look to see if he's actually streaming this live? Because if he is, I'll be striking him. So where's all your little A1000s and your other little weirdos today? Probably listening. I couldn't give a fuck. He most probably is streaming this live, because he's got no content of his own. He has to play ridiculous. I mean, some of the stuff he's been playing, it's all stuff that pertains to them. You know, guidelines on when you've done something, when you rang the police and you told the police that somebody's killed his girlfriend. That's wasting police time. That's what will happen to you, Voldemort, because that's what you did to AJ. I shouldn't let her get under my skin, but I can't fucking stand that fucking woman. She just, and people, I don't believe, or I don't even think for a second that she's me. I think it's bollocks. If she has, Elmswell will be having a big street party. They will be, because they will realise that they've escaped something. Taking Haley are after nonsense. I mean, you know, why do they have to? You know, I haven't ever heard Kaylee or Jake sit down and say, well, you know, this case has been gone through. This case has been dealt with. Maybe we're actually wrong. Maybe we should turn our attention to children who actually desperately do need our help. Because there's plenty of kids out there that could do with your help, Jake and Kaylee. Well, maybe not your help, but they do need help. Not your sort of help. Yeah, they certainly don't need Nancy sort of help. But, you know, but like I said in the chat earlier, Pip, you know, why hasn't she? Why is she? So she's spending tomorrow going through something to do with Jupiter's trial or something or other. I mean, you know, that's how deluded the cunt is. She actually thinks that she's going to put Jupiter on trial tomorrow. You know, that's some sort of fucking delusion. But, you know, why don't she spend tomorrow trying to make up with her kids? Has she even bought them any Christmas presents? Does she even, you know, has she sent them Christmas cards? I just like, I don't know. Pip, has he closed his life down now? I just like, I don't know. He's just such a nonce. He is seriously such a nonce. Merry Christmas, Big Bag Rick Show. How are you doing? Yeah, I just for a while, he sat watching you, not talking. So he is actually, has he got it on? Has he got it on? Can he hear what I'm saying? Because if he is, then that means I can strike him. Fucking fool. Fucking fool. He's so obsessed with what I've got to say. It's actually really like noncy and creepy. Do you know what I mean? It's like he's restreaming you, Baz. Okay, cheers. I'll get that done in a minute then. I am going to strike him for it. Yes, I just have 2 pains in the asses that I need to get sorted out before 2022. Before 2026. So Jake, put away his little noncy thing about Gerald being, you know, a troll. And Gerald is him and Kaylee. Yeah, whatever. Just literally, I can't be bothered. He's such a creep. You know what? Just literally the thought of him. The thought of him makes me literally want to throw up. He's a fucking nonce. And how she can have anything to do with him in the way that she is beyond me. Yeah, ugh, he's a fucking nonce. I bet any money she's not bought her kids Christmas presents, and they'll both be sat tomorrow all on their own, making up lies. Someone make sure you tape tomorrow. I know people are listening. Someone please tape tomorrow because they're doing a Jupiter thing or something. You know, she's so delusional. But one lie, and we need to go to town on this fucking bitch. One fucking lie. Because she's a cunt. 9 people, and there's 3 talking, so there's 6 watching. So that's Voldemort and Jane. Maybe even Bysel and Gash. Matt Taylor, A1000. There you go. 6 wrongins. Fucking 6 wrongins. Just fucking horrible cunts. Oh, it's gone down now. Oh, you're gone now. You're gone now, Voldemort. I don't know about the rest of you, but I don't believe for a second, 2 days before she's supposed to be putting lies out about dupes, yeah, that she reckons she's moved. No, too convenient, too fucking.
bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh my God.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But Let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children. She's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open.
Who are these 20 special
There's
children?
Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell,
Millie Cow?
yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know because she comes and they do sex to her, mostly.
Who's they? Who's they?
The teachers, the parents, the staff.
Every single teacher or specific teachers?
No, the whole school does it. The whole school, and we got our own church too. So because they do that, because after, as I said, we kill babies, we drink their blood, we eat them. But then after so the social services who are in it, they go to families or.
In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide waiting to open our kids' door.
Can't figure out the heating yet. I've got no washing machine. I'm not sure where the fridge, I'm supposed the fridge would go there. But for now, this is my office. I'm just going to make it work.
Where did all the
nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go?
You've poured out your spirit on every heart. You sent forth your word, and it's come to pass. What our fathers and mothers could only foretaste is now in our lifetime. The order of day, eyes are unveiling, hearts are aligning, dead bones are rising, His spirit is moving, eyes are unveiling, hearts are aligning, dead dreams are rising. His spirit is moving. He's breaking addictions, yes, and breaking religion, yes. His spirit is moving. His spirit is freedom. Eyes are aligning. Dead bones are rising. His spirit is moving. His spirit is freedom. He's breaking tradition and breaking religion. His spirit is freedom. His spirit is moving. Oh, eyes are rising. The spirit is moving. Eyes are unveiling. Hearts are aligning. Dead bones are rising. Spirit is moving. It's breaking tradition.
These 20.
There's Millie, the brown girl. Millie Cowell.
Millie Carroll.
Yes.
So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
This is because I know because she constantly resets most the teachers, the parents, the staff.
Every single teacher was specific teachers.
Every single the whole school, and you've got two because they because after, as I said, we kill babies. But then after, so the social services who are in it, they go to families.
Yes and amen. Yes and amen. Oh, he said it, he has done it. He's breaking addictions and breaking religions. His spirit is freedom. His spirit is moving. So yes and amen. Yes and amen, amen, amen. Yes and amen, amen. Yes and amen, amen. You've poured out your spirit on every heart. You've sent forth your word, and it's come to pass. What our fathers and mothers could only foretaste is now in our lifetime. The order of day. Just receive. Just receive. You can just receive. You can just receive. Just receive. Just receive. You can just receive. You can just receive.
You are rebuilding the ruined walls. You are reclaiming your design. You descend as fire to purify. You are reclaiming your words. You prune as the thistles and the thorns fall away, so we may produce good fruit. For the harvest is here. The Lord has said it, and He has done it.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It turns into a started now.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's going on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, it was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. What do you want me to do? Isn't it? Because you're it, Voldemort. Like it's weird. But anyway.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
Old well for you or for the rest of us, really. It turns into a character match.
All she has, because she has not looked into.
No social media, and you're doing the most important work you've ever done in your life. Yeah. Now, which is a 5-part series, which tells the stories of the survivors of these rape camps. If you haven't watched that documentary series, you really need to. It's a fascinating watch. It's a great watch. And the purpose of me doing it was to, if these men are not going to get charged, I'll give you a fact. Like the city of Telford, I spent 12 to 18 months. There's a whole team with me. And we spent 12 to 18 girls down.
And again, when Tommy's Rape of Britain come out, and I reviewed some of it on Wake Up UK, because obviously if I reviewed it on YouTube, they would have banned it because he wasn't allowed to play it. Yeah. Eventually, it did get onto YouTube anyway, because once I did it on Wake Up UK, I could then play it on my show, which is one of the reasons why I went over to Wake Up UK, because, you know, I could use his algorithm and then back again, if you understand what I'm saying. Yeah. A lot of people don't understand that, especially the weirdos of this world who try to say that Wake Up UK was my handler. No, it's a transaction. He had a panel that I could go and speak on. He needed people from all walks of life to do slots on his show. There was no money changing hands, and that's what it was, basically. It was another black platform to get the word out, to spread the word of Tommy Robinson and the stuff that he found, which was remarkable. Now, at the same time that he put that video out here over on YouTube, the same little focus group, Clan World, Mandy Mosley, infiltrated and sat with people that we all know the names of, yeah, and set about claiming that it was all lies, and one man in particular, if you know his name, good luck to you. Yeah. One man in particular said that Tommy Robinson was lying because he's lived in Telford all his life. And when the documentary came out, I was impassioned. And everybody knows that when Jupiter gets impassioned, the council estate comes out. Yeah. Can't help it. Part of my makeup. I'm very hyperbolic. And I was so angry when I was reviewing the documentary, especially when they went into the Irish pub, where the Irish pub had been employing. And when he got outside, straight away, this Irish publican, who had denied all knowledge and everything else, had managed to pass his number to Muslims who were extremists who started threatening him on the phone. And after I'd seen all the evidence as I was reviewing it, I did make a statement. I said, if I was living in Telford and this had all been going on, what's wrong with the men of Telford? I'd have put every one of those groomers' windows through, including the person. Now that person has since always saying that he was a liar, including the person that had come out and was very vocal in saying that he was a liar, because he was now sitting with Mandy Mosley. Now that person has since said that Mandy Mosley did deceive them and drag them along, which is why I'm not bothering them to name them. But everybody knows who it is if you've been around long enough. For that, it started off a chain of events where that group came after me, along with many other people that was already after me because I dared to speak out about grooming gangs. So yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that there is a group of people on these channels either through loyalty to the far left or loyalty to the far right, Goddard and co. Who have been attacking anybody that supports Tommy Robinson or his work. Some of these people try to infiltrate at every level in the Tommy movement. So there'll be people within the Tommy movement that speak out, and they will go in their side chats and pretend to be followers with the aim of trying to bring things down. Yeah. So when people sit here and tell me that what Mandy Mosley did to me was because she didn't like me and not political, that's bollocks. And she was paying Luke money on his channel to write comments about me, and Luke's free to take the money. Always take the money off the traitors. I have no bones with Luke at all. Yeah? None at all. Luke wasn't aware of how deep all this went. He had no clue. On his channel to write comments to traitors. I have no bones with Luke at all. Yeah?
Well, so they also make shoes of the skin of the baby's skin. They got a special tool, and they put it in the skin, and like in the baby's skin, and then they take it out, and then they stick it because the blood is kind of sticky, and they make the shoe with the sole and the flip flops. They stick on the flip flops. They've got flip flops, and like there's shoes like the one that I like, the ones that I showed my mum in the shoe shop in Grand Cross. Those ones with this big, it got a big star on it. It's a bit.
Okay, well, so blow up.
Coming to the tree, birds all need to run, so we will be free. Strange things have happened, we must stay really and the tree. Are you coming to the tree for a necklace of hope? A stranger would it be? Midnight in the hanging tree.
Millie,
Every single individual is specific.
Multiple at the bar. With an social services. State Pacific Virgin Islands.
Strange things that happen.
Also, special tool, and they put it in the skin and pull it off, and then they stick it. The blood is kind of sticky, and they make the shoe dissolve.
Yesterday, she turned around and said to me,
I like the
I need
ones
to
that I
research
showed
my
my mum
enemy, yeah.
in the
So
shoe
I
shop.
researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up
Those
was her
ones with
dead
the
dad.
it got a big star, and it is baby skin.
So, like, obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't
Yes,
it?
it's skin.
Voldemort.
Okay, well,
That's
sorry
why
to-
you're obsessed with
black
Danny. You've got this weird
star.
obsession, like, with. But anyway, yeah, yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a
the moment's right. No, don't you fold my wings for the fear of flight in your eyes. You curl up guards while I ponder death. Feels like this war is our dog, outrun us yet. Feels like this war is our dawn. I'm waking up to find a forest. Summon your sight to get us now. I'm reaching out to find we've lost. Summon the fight to get us out. When all the world rained down on our safety's hood, it left me lying out with a pail of blood. Oh, brother, come be my keeper, hold me dear. Winter start when I say I've stood for us. You curl up gauze while I ponder death. It feels like this war is our dawn. That lie outrun us yet. Feels like this war is our dawn. I'm waking up to find a forest. Summon your sight to get us now. I'm reaching out to find me, Lord. Summon the fight to get us out. Forcing out forces, find the reach and want it. Forcing out forces, find the reach and hold it. All it takes to realize. You curled up arms while I ponder death. Feels like this war is our dawn. Don't let that lie outrun us yet. Feels like this war is our dawn.
And I'm pretty defeated at that time. I'm invisible. I have no social media. Do you know how frustrating it is when you're censored, you're deleted, and you're doing the most important work you've ever done in your life? Is making a documentary series called The Rape of Britain, which is a 5-part series, which tells the stories of the survivors of these rape gangs. If you haven't watched that documentary series, you really need to. It's a fascinating watch. It's a great watch. And the purpose of me doing it was to, if these men are not going to get charged, I'll give you a fact. Like the city of Telford, I spent 12 to 18 months in Telford with my team. Where's Dave? I've got a friend here called Dave, Angus McNugget, who done some incredible work. And if I'm honest, I get the credit, but there's a whole team that work with me.
And again, when Tommy's Rape of Britain come out, and I reviewed some of it on Wake Up UK, because obviously if I reviewed it on YouTube, they would have banned it because he wasn't allowed to play it. Yeah. Eventually it did get onto YouTube anyway, because once I did it on Wake Up UK, I could then play it on my show, which is one of the reasons why I went over to Wake Up UK, because, you know, back again, if you understand what I'm saying. Yeah. A lot of people don't understand that, especially the weirdos of this world who tried to say that Wake Up UK was my handler. No, it's a transaction. He had a panel that I could go and speak on. He needed people from all walks of life to do slots changing hands, and that's what it was, basically. It was another black platform to get the word out, to spread the word of Tommy Robinson, and the stuff that he'd found. Now, at the same time that he put that video out here over on YouTube, the same little focus group, Clan World, Mandy Mosley, infiltrated and sat with people that we all know the names of, yeah, and set about claiming that it was all lies, and one man in particular, if you know his name, good luck to you, yeah. One man in particular said that Tommy Robinson was lying because he lived in Telford all his life. And when the documentary came out, I was impassioned. And everybody knows that when Jupiter gets impassioned, the council estate comes out. Yeah? Can't help it. It's part of my makeup. I'm very hyperbolic. And I was so angry when I was reviewing the documentary, especially when they went into the Irish pub, where the Irish pub had been employing these groomers. And Tommy went in there to tell him about the groomers. And when he got outside, straight away, this Irish publican, who had denied all knowledge and everything else, had managed to pass his number to Muslims who were extremists who started threatening him on the phone. And after I'd seen all the evidence as I was reviewing it, I did make a statement. I said, if I was living in Telford and this had all been going on, what's wrong with the men of Telford? I'd have put every one of those groomers' windows through, including the person. Now that person has since was saying that he was a liar, including the person that had come out and was very vocal in saying that he was a liar, because he was now sitting with Mandy Mosley. Now that person has since said that Mandy Mosley did deceive them and drag them along, which is why I'm not bothering them to name them. But everybody knows who it is if you've been around long enough. For that, it started off a chain of events where that group came after me, along with many other people that was already after me because I dared to speak out about grooming gangs. So yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that there is a group of people on these channels, either through loyalty to the far left or loyalty to the far right, Goddard and co., who have been attacking anybody that supports Tommy Robinson or his work. Some of these people try to infiltrate at every level in the Tommy movement. So there'll be people within the Tommy movement that speak out, and they will go in their side chats and pretend to be followers with the aim of trying to bring things down. Yeah. So when people sit here and tell me that what Mandy Mosley did to me was because she didn't like me and not political, that's bollocks. And she was paying Luke money on his channel to write comments about me, and Luke's free to take the money. Always take the money off the traitors. I have no bones with Luke at all. Yeah. None at all. Luke wasn't aware of how deep that all this went. He had no clue. He had a clue with some stuff because he had been around in the Bacon Lady days. But there were people that did have clues. Yeah. There were people.
Sat them down for 3 hours, 4 hours, sometimes 2 times, sometimes 3 times. And we sat and listened to their stories. And then we built a database. So we got all these girls and we built a database of names. And when the Muslim men were named by 3 different girls who did not know each other, we went after those men. And I thought, right, I'm going to make sure the whole world knows who you are. And the police identified 200 rapists in the town of Telford. you know how many they prosecuted? They prosecuted 11. That means 189 men that the police know raped have never faced prosecution. Do you know how many victims there were just in the town of Telford? 1,000. 5 of them have been murdered. 5 of them are dead. This isn't a small town that no one's heard of. Telford. Do you know what the Muslim population is of Telford? 1.7%. There's only 3,500 Muslims. So you get the 3,500 Muslims, get rid of the women, get rid of the under 16s, there's 1,000 men. So out of the 1,000 men, the police identified 200 of them. That's 20% of the population. We identified 254. An independent inquiry identified over 300. That means that 20 to 30% of the men in that community were raped.
Phones with Luke at all. Yeah? Luke's free to take the money. Always take the money off the traitors. I have no...
Testing, yes. I got distracted. Oh, what's going on? Oh, here we are. I was just going down the shorts on your page, Kaylee, on your from previous ago. Just reminding myself. Really horrible stuff. We could see such change, though. You know, such dynamics. The comments from Lyndon are just fucking unreal. It's so really thought he could. Oh, sorry, I'm getting distracted. He got so many shots on it. It was brilliant. Oh, excellent. Ah, this is so good. Emotional as well. Emotional. Sorry, I could be showing them, couldn't I?
Sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti, he's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm and ready to drop bombs. But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd goes so loud, he opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's joking.
You can't hide, you can't run.
Remember to always be true, no matter what you do. Money, I never front it. I got my whole cool life on it. Big shot, man, listen.
Drinking on some Hennessy and some T&B in me, bitch. Smoking on some weed, 100% if it's by a bitch. What you trying to do? I didn't already did it, baby. If you wanna run, get your ass up, don't be dated.
You don't try to fuck them other bitches, you just do that to Mary, bitch. So some other hoes, you know it's gonna be
Anyway, we'll postpone that for a moment. I have got loads to go through. So we started off in this one. I had some the most amazing numbers to give me guidance for this. To do more than just the Zara expose with Ian Smiler. Really? Let's have a listen. No, it's perfect. Shut up, Danny. You're such a shit liar. You're fucking waste. Waste of life. Imposition, non-existence. Creating deceptions with your position. Faking. You're a fake. Silly. I can understand you probably have been through this generational abuse system and you got into your role. You got given a role and you feel like you can't get out of it. Shut up, Pip. You are such a shit psychological reverse psychological. You're such a shit reverse psychological. Danny's not here. You are just next level, Danny. Well, this whole situation is not particularly normal, is it, Pip? Is it normal to go calling yourself Pip Fed Smoker? Is it normal for me to be talking to somebody I don't actually know what they sound or look like, just with a name called Pip Fed Smoker online? Is this normal? Is any of this normal? Danny West, I would love to talk to you. I'd love to have an interesting conversation with you specifically. It would be wonderful. What about you? You could get your representative, the female. You could get Kaylee, quote unquote. Could Kaylee come and speak to us? Your friend Kaylee that you bullied into speaking on your behalf. That's not actually called Kaylee, I'd say. There's a sigma rate of 0.09000 to the 10-fold times million that she's probably not called Kaylee. I've got so much to go through. Let's just have a quick warm up with this one.
Stars shining bright above you. Night breezes seem to whisper, I love you. Birds singing in the sycamore tree. Dream a little dream of me. Stars shining bright above you. Night breezes seem to whisper, I love you. Birds singing in the sycamore tree. Dream a little dream of me.
Danny, you are here to waste my time, to try and derail my work, and to take me off course of what the work I need to do. So for me to go and find sentences and screenshot all the, well, we've got all the Danny West streams of Word, and then do a character analysis between you both. Haven't really got the time for that, Danny, and it would be a waste of my time when I already know it doesn't. I've got no one to prove it to. It doesn't bother me whether I prove it to anyone right now. Whether you're wasting my time as the same Danny West that was wasting our time and just being abusive and horrible. Like, it doesn't really matter whether you're the same person. It's just clear that you are the same person. But it's not something that we need to prove because it's got no relevance as to who you are, or you're another one. You're just an abusive child protection person abuser. You abuse people who protect children and dedicate their lives to trying to stop the abuse of children. It's just the worst of the worst of the worst, fella.
Nostradamus, Skymalit, knowing I rep, flowing I'm set. I got the chips to make the lotus my wit. Gold on my neck was once a code of respect for high rollers and vets. Now it's low to forget, prefer over, no matter sober or wet. I smack, soldier cadet, trees and might attack my hype back. Famous phrase like that. Some girls get too emotional, fanatic extremists, compulsive, with malice and sinners, Catholicism, hunger my riches, a childish wishes, be suspicious of those sleeping with bitches. I'm conspicuous in it show, tricking this stone, kicking this blow, slipping you fall. So when you click roll, I let my foot go on opposite pole. I got that confidence soul, with those locked in a hole.
Okay, I'm going to blend it out. Okay, right. So it's 12:41. The actual bit I was just going to play on here, obviously, this not naming of Danny Jones, because she's now friends with Danny Jones. Everything's cool. She's made it all up with Danny Jones. And it's only called Danny Jones. Everyone knows his real name is Danny Jones, isn't it? That's all right. We'll just call each other by our fake paedophile cover-up names. It's all right, isn't it, Michaela? Nothing to see here.
That speak out, and they will go in their side chats and pretend to be followers. With
the irony. Oh my dear. Fucking the first person you spoke to after, I think it was Buddha or someone the other day, was John Williams in Jupiter's side chat. So they're all insane on here, aren't they, Jupiter? Yeah. John Williams says they're all insane. Huh. You're right, John Williams. Everybody, can we all listen to John Williams in my side chat, please? And just call me Jupiter. Don't call me Michaela as much as you can. I'm trying to disassociate from my reality. This isn't the real world, yeah? Everybody? It's not the real world. Remember that.
the aim of trying to bring things down. Yeah. So when people sit here and tell me that what Mandy Mosley did to me was because she didn't like me and not political, that's bollocks. And she was paying Luke money on his channel to write comments about me, and Luke's free to take the money. Always take the money off the traitors.
Sorry, where does that make sense to anybody, Michaela? Could you lay out your logic to this take money off of traitors? Because they're going to have less money and you'll have more money. Not quite sure that adds up. Fucked, stupid, attention, abuser, whore, vile, evil, sick woman. So basically, I thought, because there's so many Michaela streams, I just thought we would yeah, exactly, that's what I was thinking, because there's just so many. So I've just played that little clip there. I might go back to it because there'll be more, I'm sure, throughout it, but let's just, I went with the numbers was just amazing. So basically I realized, so I thought I'd accidentally uploaded I was checking bops that I'd uploaded because there was 2 streams of bops yesterday. So I uploaded and I was checking the size, and then I noticed that I'd uploaded 2 of one stream, and it was 100 and was it? It was something 1414 on the size anyway. And I'd uploaded twice by accident, and then I realised that I'd uploaded another 4, so 5, 1 and 4 other doubles as well. So I deleted those, and then and I deleted those 5, and it was 4.84 gigabytes saved. 4.84 gigs saved, and then I went to delete a load more doubles because you can go in the thing like in the sort of like clean up the space area thingy on this drive, and then I was just deleting lots of the doubles that I'd turned out I had much more than I realised, and all different recordings, streams, clips, and all sorts. I just like not realised I doubled up records backing up in here, and yeah, just some good numbers that I just saw. I click on them by chance, and they would just like guide me towards this, just because. So this one was just a character, just a behavioural one. This one.
All I got was messages: penny this, penny that, penny. So I fucked her off, blocked her.
Is that Kaylee you're talking about?
No, Nixie.
Who's that? Oh, Nixie.
So I got rid, because look, I don't want to talk about.
She has.
I don't want to talk about Penny when I'm playing on my fucking PlayStation. And to me, that's just so obsessive that you would join someone's PlayStation to carry on talking about someone on fucking YouTube. So I no one can add me either. I've gone in the settings. No one can send me anything.
Yeah, mine's the same. It's best that way. Keep it on private. Best that way.
No, I haven't, Nebs.
Hello, Herman. How are you, mate? Another one gives me some good information sometimes. I thought he was a troll. They probably would be smashed in the world. World War II area. Are you still going on about World War II, mate? It's a shame people like you don't come on the panel, Herman, because you come out with some good fit information, mate. You put under my videos.
This is hilarious. Yeah. We've got Moon's idea of what happened to Den's car, and it's fucking brilliant. You know, we've got to listen to the it's terrible. No. Yeah. Well, Dan, and Nixie, and when she's playing a game, she doesn't like anybody to be sending her messages about Penny Bunny, but she doesn't mind boring the tits off all of us, to tell us how terrible it was, what Penny Bunny did to her. Has anybody ever thought that Moon might be a man? That she could actually be transgender? Has it ever crossed anybody else's mind? Is it only just me? I think she talks a bit like Rachel Reeves. I think she might be a man as well. Anyway, let's carry on listening.
Do you know what? I put up a short earlier, and in 20 minutes, I got over 1,000 views on it.
Why is it not?
Right? I've got 4 subscribers out of it as well.
Okay.
So if you get people like new in the chat, it's because they've subscribed for my shorts. You look on the analytics of the shorts and it tells you who shared your stuff.
Because I honestly don't care.
Oh, she honestly don't care, AZ.
I've never even looked into any of that. Nebs, do you mean like using a mod to go inside the game mechanism itself? Because I've done that on Tomb Raider, like gone to places that you're not meant to go. And I've seen them do it on res. Do you mean that sort of thing?
Yeah, Nebs. Do you mean that sort of thing? I mean, obviously, she's not hate bonding with you because all of the things that, you know, the conversation between you and Apple that she got involved with. Yeah. It's not, no, she's not bonding with you over that because she thought that Apple was a tartan pig and Penny was only a piggy bunny. No, she never calls anybody names.
Like if I was still playing on PC, I probably would. Ah, yeah, I thought that's what you meant then. If I was on PC, Nebs, I probably would still do that.
I never got into the game, so I remember when I was younger, they asked me to
Well, I
do
just thought I'd come up and say hello and see how he's at anyway, basically.
You might as well stay in.
Can't believe I've just done a rise though and said basically.
Basically.
Fake laugh.
Literally.
You tried to wind that moon baz, didn't you? You tried to wind her up.
And easy your catchphrases at the end of the day.
Oh, I try not to say that now.
At the end of the day, right?
Do you hear from that fat lump anymore? Baz?
Which one?
The one with the hairy mole, what he said.
No, to be honest,
Oh,
he watched me, didn't he?
Did he?
Yeah.
I wondered, did you know I fuck or not? No, I'm just asking.
Years ago.
I don't know why they're saying it's fucking Baz's best
Bloody
mate. It was
hell.
Moon's
I
best
thought you
mate.
two were brothers.
Mate, listen, I had his back, didn't he? But he talked so much bollocks, I had to cut it out when he's talking bollocks. And then when I said, I'm in London right now, he went, no, you're not. So I just passed the phone to my missus' brother, and he said, hello. And then when, it wasn't the phone, actually, it was the PlayStation headset. And when he said hello, Dan said, who's this? And he went, it's Gary, who's this? And Dan just disappeared, and I've never heard from him since.
Oh my days.
He got you into so much trouble, that man. That's the reason why you got dots, because you were sticking up for him.
Yep, correct.
Yeah, because he had to believe in stuff and you defended him, and then you're like, oh fuck, somebody had always come in with low, right? And you're like, oh man,
It's not
I
that
can't do this.
It's not that he had me believing.
But listen though, Baz, that's why when you keep going on about a certain person with me, that's exactly why I moved away, because I can't keep covering up lies. Because it makes, in the end, those lies get exposed, and then anybody who backs that lie up, they get tarnished as well.
I get what you mean, Moon, but that's not the way I see it. A mate should stand by a mate. That's the way I see it. Listen, I'm not trying to get into a shouting match with you. That's it.
Yeah, but
That's
there's no such thing as friends like that on here, unless you know people in the real world or you are in touch with them every day. You can forget the friendship thing. It's rubbish.
One of my best mates is a guy from America I've never met. Speak to him online pretty much every day.
This is hilarious. It gets
but that's not normal.
It gets
It
gets absolutely funny in a minute because she gets talking about what happened to Den's car that we've got no proof of. This woman is crazy. She is absolutely bonkers. And every time I think of her, I just think of her eyes rolling at the back of her head and all over the place. With that cranky fucking picture. And I don't know if it's her or not, although it does have a resemblance to her child photo that she once had on her profile. But the picture that people sent to Nixie and said was her. And if it is her, my God, yeah, you can see why she's bitter. But this woman, she pretends that she only defends herself, right? But she doesn't. She's a big instigator. And if people can't see it yet, that she's the cause of all of the troubles on here, well, since she's been around, you're as blind as a bat. But let's carry on.
So, yeah, but
that is just that is just the any statement like that. The cause of all the troubles on here. What a brazen statement to make. It's just fucking ridiculous. It just doesn't need any explaining. She's one of hundreds of people on here to claim that she's the cause of every issue on here. How the fuck did you the cheek of this fucking woman? It's just fucking ridiculous. Should we play any more of this now? So I'm going to keep that one there actually to remind myself of where it is. Actually, I'll timestamp that one. And the other one. Actually, this is a good one. This is a good way to timestamp things because I might have overlooked or just been too in shock at the time to consider. So I've got a brand new pad here. Got from Charity Shop the other day. I'm going to use this one for these new timestamps. I've got another pad that I've still got loads of space in as well. Got another full one, Let's go on to this one.
Good evening. Oh dear, I just spent some time over in Society X's. Bloody hell, that Reese over there does the editing. Nice enough fella, but he don't ever let anybody else land and shouts over him. It's almost like some of the people that I used to know. Can I put the link to the video of my last stream in the comments of that stream? What do you mean? The link of the video of your last stream. Why do I need to put the link of the video in the last stream? I don't understand what you mean. If you can see the last stream and its comments, you should be able to see it and get the link yourself. Confuse me. Oh my God. The news just... Oh, the video that I've just played, the song. It's Silo Green, old-fashioned. Silo Green, I love Silo Green. He's a brilliant singer. Yeah, old-fashioned. Let me put it there. So, I don't know if you've seen the bloody news. The government are now going to give start-ups to people who leave the country. So if they chuck people out of the country, they're going to give them money to start up a business. Which, in a way, I don't actually mind because hopefully it stops them coming back, but I don't believe that it will. But why are they not giving start-ups to do with, you know, our own people that are here? Why do our own people have to go to banks and have them going, yeah or no? If they're just going to give money willy-nilly to people that haven't got nothing, then why can't they do it for our own? And the other thing was, right, Nick Ferrari. He asked the minister how many homeless veterans there was. They didn't know. Nick Ferrari had to give them the figure. It's getting worse in this country. Our politicians don't know their ass from their elbow. You want the Hope Not Hate video? Yeah, I can get that one. Let me have a look for you. Wait one sec. I'll get that. Oh dear. I'm only doing a quick one anyway. I'm just going to show all the evidence for Carla, the lovely lady that came on the other day. And Claire is now somebody that does her research. Hold on, let me speak. Once I make a second comment, okay, easy, it's not a problem. I understand the position you're taking. Then he came back. So
yeah, maybe that's the case. All right, maybe.
Yeah.
But anyway, what's your point about Harmon?
Well, he's somebody that's Asian that pretends that he understands the Tommy Robbins. Well, you've got... Hold on, Billy, for fuck's sake. Well, you've got...
Horrible.
Well,
that's not going to
straight on. Well, you've got...
on.
Hold on, Billy, for fuck's sake. Well, you've got...
We had to go through a similar...
able to judge him professionally.
Wow. So there you go. So therefore, he should never have been in that girl's vicinity to be acting at all.
She sought him out.
Wow. Well, you know what?
The situation that she was in, and she's recognised how they took advantage of her. No longer vulnerable because she was now aware.
On that last point, you think he should work around other young women again? You think that?
I think that realistically, I'm talking to somebody who's had far too much drink, has got verbal diarrhea, has got verbal diarrhea.
My God. Personal attacks. Personal attacks. Yeah?
Didn't realise that he even got put into the back so I could make a point. Came up, still carried on speaking.
Yes, children, 9 children.
Particularly like it if they find out. Appearing to fucking spread this disease of now fucking attacking people. Yeah? Which is why
Paedophilic or majority of people committing crime in this country are white people. You would say the majority. Do that another day.
So from my understanding, there might be Muslim girls, there might even be some boys that were taken advantage of, but they were in the minority. The majority of
this one, I can't remember where the point I was going to look at. It was, I think this is, I'm sure this is the one that I had where she got, it was just an example of her going, and the first point and the second point and the third point, but this is pointless really. No pun in pointed. So we can just get rid of that one for now. Where is it? There we are. And this is another one that just had. I was just going to flick through because I know there's a few bits, but this was actually the one which directed me with the 777 views and then the 777 something else to Triller's live that I would have missed otherwise with Amy and Nixie trying to use you as some sort of like baseline abuse bullshit. And then, but yeah, this one also had that clip of her, when she shows this bit. Oh, the people aren't standing up. People aren't helping. People aren't helping. We're the helpers. We would always stop if we saw abuse happening. We'd always stop. So yeah, it's just I'm not even going to play this. I mean, this fella's a bit annoying as well. He's ridiculous. It's just a sucking up to Tommy Robinson sell out.
Take away. This shows you the two. I'm gonna talk black man language now.
God.
The rascals. The rascals. Yeah, that is what we're now seeing. They're trying to take away the ability of our independent journalists to give you guys
because it's succeeded. The independent journalism succeeded. Urban Scoop, all these independent auditors, etc. that here, Rebel, Vox, we're the ones that control the narrative
Street Mike, man.
Street Mike, well,
we're the ones that control the narrative now. Bullshit. Okay, and here we are. Little clips. This one's going to be irrelevant.
I know you see had a few shots of Kim and all that. Like, being another bit better and all that. I know you see had a few shots of Kim and all that, but like, I normally get along with them.
Well, apparently he's going to be carted off and interrogated by the police for
Yeah. Good. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
look
think
good
it's
for
like
her.
that.
And he's a slipper holder, really. He's fucking.
Yeah.
It's
Which
alright.
is supposed to show
I agree
when
with
people are
him.
being honest with him and they're trying not to be like an echo chamber around him. Yes, easy. Yeah. Then he just turn on you like.
Yeah, if you don't agree with him, you just look at what he done to Sean. You went in on Sean. I mean, I know some people don't like Sean, all right, granted. But he went in on Sean's kids.
What channel did you
Sean
put up?
returned fire. Sean returned fire on his kid. Then felt bad, went back a couple of days later, apologised. Easy still ain't apologised. And
He took what channel did he put up?
said about Sean. Yeah.
He won't be forgiven for that. He won't be forgiven for taking more channel.
I disapprove of what that. I didn't like that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. She didn't answer though, did you? When I said that, did you?
What?
When I said that, Sean took what's channel?
He did take what's channel, yeah.
Yeah, what are you gonna say about that?
Ain't nothing to do with me. What's dead?
Don't you like him?
Of course I like what's dead. He's dead. He's not hurt, is he? He's dead.
Right.
At the end of the day, you know, when you go, your channel dies with you, doesn't it, really?
Do I find interesting?
What do you honestly think, like, when you die, that your channel dies? Who is a channel, isn't it?
I just noticed Bob's is an easy side chat.
Didn't know that Easy was live. But do you honestly think, like,
But he
when
would
you
be,
die,
wouldn't he? Who do you think BBRS is?
What do you think it is?
I think it's that little group.
Nah, it's not. No,
I don't know who it is, to be fair.
Well, I think that's who it is.
no, it's not. It's not.
I thought it was Simon Lord originally, and
It's
then
not him
after,
either. It's not him either.
no,
Well, a lot
I
of
don't
people are
care now
saying it's
anyway.
Eric. I don't believe it's Eric.
I don't care anyway. Yeah. So, yeah, I think Easy admitted it was him.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He trolled himself for 2 years.
You know when you
That's
realise
how
what
stupid
you
he is. He
said.
trolled himself for
Yeah.
2 years.
Yeah. You're like, yeah. Fucking
Big bad upside down show.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just have a listen there, because his views are dropping, so he's getting defeated.
I ain't gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop till I get to the end of it. So people
He's
will
not playing easy, is he?
Stop, right?
But do you honestly think, like,
But he
when
would
you
be,
die,
wouldn't he? Who do you think BBRS is? At the end of the day, you know, when you go, your channel dies with you, doesn't it, really?
Do I find interesting?
what do you honestly think, like, when you die, that your channel dies? Who is a channel, isn't it?
I just noticed Bob's is an easy side chat.
I don't know if you're going to really want to hear this, but you know, a mutual friend of ours, like friends as in like you know, KE. Well, apparently, she's going to be doing a karaoke in a pub in Eltham. Eltham?
Oh yeah.
Apparently, one of your local pubs, she's going to be doing a karaoke. She's writing words to a song right at the moment.
Oh, I couldn't care less.
I want to know when she's going to do it. I'm going to come up. I love a good old karaoke.
Yeah, I couldn't care less. Does she think that's going to bother me? I couldn't care less at all what she does.
Oh dear, I just find it funny. I do. She's like, yeah, I'm going to come. I'm going to Welcome. Another, I'm walking to Gaza.
I'll tell you what. I know that she's brave. She goes down there, sings a song, and then comes back. and then plays it after, we all know she's a coward.
Yeah.
Other than that, I couldn't give a shit. I couldn't give a shit. She could go and sing songs about me all she likes in the pubs. I don't care. It won't bother me at all.
Do you go in your local pub?
No.
Oh,
So,
yeah, I was gonna say,
it won't bother me at all.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what. Well, I ain't saying nothing. Just let her do what she's got to do.
Yeah.
Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, I'm just forgetting the time. I'm gonna come up.
You're gonna come up. I'll meet you.
Yeah, I'm coming up. If she actually does it, she puts the time out. It's a few of us that are gonna come up. So yeah.
Yeah, just let me know. But
yeah, I will.
Honestly, if she thinks that bothers me, it doesn't bother me at all.
We'll have a good old drink and a good old laugh. Oh.
I'll just think
yeah.
it's criminal.
I know it's absolutely crazy daisy.
It's meant to be this Saturday, is it? Oh yeah, and what pub?
Oh,
what pub
right.
event is going on? 16th of August. Where?
Who's saying that?
Somebody in side chat saying it's meant to be 16th of August. I don't actually do it.
Yeah, that's this weekend. Not much notice, is there?
Oh, she's catching a train just before midday.
Oh my God. I can't do this Saturday. I'm already doing something.
I think it'd be hilarious. It's going to take her over 3 hours, so she's not going to get here till 3 o'clock on Saturday, by the look of it.
Yeah. Oh, she hasn't made that very public.
Yeah, but the thing is, Babs, right? I don't care. I just find it funny. She doesn't seem to understand it. Don't bother me. If they think that I'm going to be bothered about something like that, no.
I know, it's absolutely crazy. So she's going to go 3 hours on a train to a pub that she's not told anybody, or she's told a few people, to have a go at a song that she's written to slag you off, but she hasn't told you that she's going to be there.
The thing is, where I live, right?
Up with you.
The thing is, where I live, I'm very lucky, very, very lucky. We've got loads of churches still in existence, and we've got loads of boozers still in existence.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I'm not going to be fucking getting up and going in every pub looking for fucking Kaylee. No, she wants to go and sing in a pub about me. Make me famous, love.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Stupid cunt she is, honestly. I'm lost for words, to be honest with that one. She tries to tell us that Mensa invited her to join them when she was 18. Well, I doubt that, because you are as dumb as fuck. You know, I just like.
But she doesn't bother me at all. I mean, I don't even look at her stuff or anything. I mean, she's as nutty as fucking Dennis. And that reminds me, Cole did say that he wanted to pop on. If you're there, Cole, I can put the link out for you if you're around. But I don't know if he's around at the moment. But even that's all fucking jokes to me. You know? So Cole and Den got into an argument in Taffy's side chat. Nothing to do with me. I couldn't even see what Den's writing because Den's blocked, right?
Oh, right,
So
yeah.
I could only see what Cole was writing.
Yeah.
Right? So I've got no idea what the argument was actually over. All I know is that Cole said, all right, then I'll meet you and all this business.
Yeah.
And all I wrote was, yeah, make sure you knock him out and film it. Now, apparently now, Den's turned that into they're having an argument because he's sticking up for me. It was nothing to do with me.
Oh, my God. That man, honestly, he's another one. He's another atrocious liar. And he's another narcissist. all about him. Everything is all about what Den's done. Den's been right up in the top of the movement. Den's done this. Den's done that. It's like, shut up. I've probably been on more fucking demos than you've had fucking hot dinners, Den. Shut your mouth.
Yeah. So apparently they said that she's going to the old post office. Yeah, all right.
The old post office, is that a pub called that?
Yeah, there is an old post office. But I'm not bothered. Go in there and sing. I couldn't give shit. You know what I mean?
I might quickly ring them up and just warn them that they better get their earmuffs on, because some crackly old lady is going to be coming up and trying to sing fucking in there.
No, let her go and sing. I think it will be funny. I'm not bothered. I'm not at all bothered. She thinks I'm going to come up there and start going mental that she's singing songs. No, I'd rather her sing it. I think it would be hilarious. Just like Cole's got them running all around Manchester. I think that's hilarious as well.
Yeah, it is. It is. Just make sure.
It shows the caliber of people where they fucking let this YouTube get so fucking. Listen, after I went to Rodney's house, I come back to me head to wobble and thought, no, I ain't bothering doing that again. If people are really serious, if they've really fucking got all this gumption and they're all about what they say they're about, all of them have had my address for years. All of them put my address out there. Why don't they just fucking knock on the door?
And not one of them have. So
exactly. And since that realisation, I'm like, I couldn't care less. I don't care what she wants to go and sing in the post office. I'm really not bothered. They think it frightens me. I've got a funny sense of humour as well. I think it would be hilarious getting on stage.
If it was in a couple of weeks, I was talking to a couple of people, we were all going to come up. We just thought it was going to be like a couple of weeks' time, so we'll all make a note of it. But I can't go this Saturday. I'm already busy.
She reckons that she's going to be in there tomorrow. That's what Peter was saying, in the old post office. If you're that interested, just fucking ask them to ring them up and say, if she's there, let me know. I'll come down. That's all you got to do. The people in there are pretty decent. That's all you got to do, Babs. So if there's someone in there comes in by the name of Kaylee Nav, let us know, and then you can go down there. But me myself, I couldn't give two shits.
Yes, it just cracks me up. I mean, you know, you're so invested.
The thing is, they do things that would actually fucking decimate them. If I was to turn up to Katie's local pub and sing songs about her, she'd cry for about 10 years.
Yeah, she would. Yeah, she would.
Yeah.
And that's the difference, Jupes, is that you're more educated and more grown up and more sophisticated. Is that you're more educated and more grown up and more sophisticated than what she is. I mean, can you imagine if you did that to her?
People, look, in reality, even if people are in there, they might laugh at some of the words if it's comical enough. But in reality, people are going to be like, who is this? Who cares what she thinks?
Yeah.
If I was sitting in a pub and some singer gets up and starts singing a song, I don't know, about fucking Tom Jones. Yeah, you can. Let me drop the link. Tom Jones, I'd I mean, not Tom Jones the singer, just any old Tom Jones. Yeah. And they sang a song. If the song's funny, I'd laugh, but at the same time, I wouldn't be bothered. It's not going to change my life. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not going to come out there thinking, oh, I need to go and find out who this Tom Jones is, and whatever. So Katie going to a local pub and singing, even if she used my name, wouldn't bother me.
But you've got to think of the mentality, Jupes, yeah? She's going to travel 3 miles to a pub, and then she's going to have to travel 3 miles back. Or she goes to a pub where she's not going to see you, and she wants to sing songs about
There's a situation happening live with a migrant. What do you mean a situation, though?
Oh.
And where? Gordo. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, it just literally, it literally cracks me up. It used to wind me up, but now I get quite a bit of fun out of it.
Mary Wolf.
Used to wind her up, blah 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 blah. Sorry, I just missed all of that. My mum called, so I was been on the phone for 10 minutes. So I can't remember. I remember vaguely, generally the conversation, so I just let it play. So yeah, it was. From your comments, you just reminded me of the process of the conversation. It's just the same with them. I mean, it's all I've got a pretty good recollection of how they've behaved gradually over the years. Oh, let me just check the heat of my laptop. Oh, it's doing well. It's doing well. Don't need the extra fan on. So yeah, that will just the last minute of this, just in case there's anything you might want to.
Yeah, but what live stream? I can go live and share it. What live stream?
And what that JOJ was saying about Roy and AY is absolutely despicable. They don't even know them.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can see a live stream.
Go to bothered audits, he says.
Bothered audits, okay. Because I don't agree with that.
No, I don't agree with that either.
Right, this is what's happening. I can't really.
$220. It could be about $210, $220, maybe a bit more depending.
Yeah, but it's take home 85.
Mm.
Yeah, I get that. So when you start to take home over, I'll put it in the back, but it's not for anybody else's knowledge. You can probably Google it, but I'm just a bit wary, to say, because I am hoping now the kids are older to go back to that. Right. So.
No, I had an investigation because they thought I was defrauding the VAT system. Right.
And you just went, no, I'm not. No, I'm fucking not. Do you want to see? Do you want to see my apples, my oranges? I fucking live this way. That's just what you just tend to shout over people. Did that work out well for you?
No, she was actually a really, really nice person. She was.
Yeah.
She was fit. She was well fit.
They tend to be. Well, thank you. Thank you, Bella. That's how we first met.
It's when they show you that warrant card.
I know. That.
And they're standing, two of them standing there in front of you, and they say, "We've got more powers than the police, and if you don't let us have a look at your accounts, we can take you to jail without passing go and without."
Apologies for the slightly distorted volume. I recorded it at 100 volume by accident rather than 85, 90, which I should top out at. Because just the way the volume, I have to control it to do with the actual. It varies or it affects it by the laptop output. So yeah, I only just noticed that. I'll just play this through. It's about 40 minutes, 40 something minutes, I think. So it's, I don't know if you can read the side chat from there. I think you can, yeah. If I make it full screen. Well, that is full screen.
Could be about 210, 220.
But I'll read.
Maybe a bit more, depending.
Yeah, but it's take home 85 everywhere. So just
Let us have a look at your accounts. Yeah, he was on the. He
very welcome.
Jamie did let him on the panel, and he was like, "No, he's going to start talking about."
Tend to be. Well, thank you. Tyler. That's how we first met.
It's when they show you that warrant card.
I know. That's
And they're standing, two of them standing there in front of you, and they say, "We've got more powers than the police, and if you don't let us have a look at your accounts, we can take you to jail without passing go and without going to court, and you will sit there and you will stay there until we've studied your accounts."
Is Jake in the chat from Jake and Kaylee?
Ian, everyone that went against Hampstead Smiler.
Maybe it's somebody that's mimicked Jake. To be fair, I don't know. I'm not sure. Jake, is that you?
Jake did turn up on Jamie's the other day.
Did he? Well,
Yeah.
he turns up everywhere. So just
Yeah, he was on the. He
very welcome.
Jamie did let him on the panel, and he was like, "No, he's going to start talking about Hampstead Heath."
Did he? Jake, do you want to come up? You can talk about Hampstead all you want.
No, don't let him talk about Hampstead. Don't let him talk about it. He doxed those adults were given new fucking names. He doxed them. He went to fucking jail. Right? He stalked the fucking kids. He stalked them as fucking adults.
What? Come and show you clips, Jake. It's okay. I think Smiler wants to change the subject onto what?
Hampstead. Don't let him talk about it. He doxed those adults were given new fucking names. He doxed them. He went to fucking jail. Right? He stalked the fucking kids. He stalked them as fucking adults.
What? Come and show you clips, Jake. It's okay. I think Smiler wants to change the subject onto Hampstead. Should we talk about Hampstead?
No, I'll go to bed then.
Right, honestly, let me change this. Let me change this. I've just added
data that you're.
So this is where he acts like a proper paedophile. This is like beyond gossip, or could this be classed as gossip that he's been told this? This is just fabricating his own delusion to fit his narrative. Like, there's obviously many options here, but I don't know of any names that they changed their names to. I've never been in contact with them at all. Tried tracking them, where we did track them to
did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go?
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Brings a tear to my eye. In fact, it brings a tear to both eyes. Very, very emotional. And it brings an even greater sadness to know that I will never be able to hear the private sessions that you and Jake, Ghetto you Clark, will be having in the future. I felt it always a privilege to listen to two great minds discussing topical issues that were 5 years out of date. Danny West for 25, 2 hours ago. Try over 10 years my time. Kaylee Nayavug, sir, grounded. Hide what comments you freak. It's only just finished and takes a while. You mean the chat? It literally just ended. You obsessed cunt. Concerned tool for free speech. I would like to congratulate myself on the wonderful and brilliant comments I made in this live stream. Enjoy, enjoy. Danny West 425. Yes, give yourself a big pat on the back. I have unlocked. Brings a tear to my eye. In fact, it brings a tear to both eyes. Very, very emotional. And it brings an even greater sadness to know that I will never be able to hear the private sessions that you and Jake, Ghetto you Clark, will be having in the future. I felt it always a privilege to listen to two great minds discussing topical issues that were 5 years out of date. Danny West for 25, 2 hours ago. Try over 10 years my time. Kaylee Nayavug, sir, grounded. Hide what comments you freak. It's only just finished and takes a while. You mean the chat? It literally just ended. You obsessed cunt. Concerned tool for free speech. I would like to congratulate myself on the wonderful and brilliant comments I made in this live stream. Enjoy, enjoy. Danny West 425. Yes, give yourself a big pat on the back. I have unlocked. Brings a tear to my eye. In fact, it brings a tear to both eyes. Very, very emotional. And it brings
All the nonsense go. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide,
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all
nonsense go. In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web.
nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go?
Strange things did happen in a strange room. We met at midnight.
Where did all the nonsense
Are
go?
Are you coming to the dream? I told you to run, so we
Where did all the
strange
nonsense
things
go?
did happen stranger would it be if we met
In
at
1984.
Are you coming to the
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide,
waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all
way because I've got a treatment room I do intravenous vitamins, and I grab an airway and I run upstairs and I put the airway and I put her on her back, and I was worried because she did have this mass in her chest and I didn't want to lie her flat. My friend arrives within minutes. I went, did you ring an ambulance? Because I said, can't ring an ambulance. She arrives. I said, did you ring an ambulance? No. I went, ring one. She calls one. It was minutes. So I said, get the oxygen. We put the oxygen nasal cannula in. We get her on that. You can hear my daughter's heartbeat because I said to her, I'm looking and I'm thinking, they said, are you doing CPR? I thought, but she's not cyanosed. So when you have cardiac arrest, you'll see cyanosis, bluey grey tinge around the mucous membranes, the face, the fingertips, the nails. They might go clammy. This wasn't happening. I said, run downstairs and get my pulse oximeter. It's a £200 piece of kit. It's not a cheap one like the NHS use on the finger that they, mobile one. This is an expensive one. Works through infrared through the nail, and it will show if you've got, it's not just a case of it's beeping because you're pressing. So she gets that, we put it on her. All of a sudden, 110, 144, it's a pulse. And then it's going 34, 45, 50, or the sats are going up. I put the stethoscope in, I listen. I said, she's got a heartbeat. I'm going, Paloma, Paloma. You hear all this on the 999 call. You hear them.
Again, let's just think about this logically, all right? I reckon you're a paedophile, and that's why you're so triggered and frantic all the time and just really upset that nobody believes you're an old lady. I genuinely believe you're a paedophile man. You could well be a paedophile woman, but you behave like a paedophile. Not only that, just, so many of the traits of people that have guilty consciences to that degree just lose sight and concept of reality and how other people will perceive situations. You don't need to be anywhere near me for a start. Okay, we're watching a woman who's talking about her daughter dying. This is very close to my own heart because my life's been destroyed over the very same situation overall, and so have many millions. And you know this. You know millions of families have been destroyed over exactly this. You know this, and you know that you and your mates here on this shit show, however you got involved in the first place, you're all part of what's allowed this to happen. And so many people have lost children. Now, a woman who's quite prolific in this entire situation for also trying to prevent it happening is discussing now something very sinister, in terms of her daughter being mistreated by the very people that have kind of fucked the entire planet. We're listening to her account of her daughter actually dying, I believe, at the moment. And all you've got to say is I should have dropped YouTube and got on with my So just pretend that none of this is going on. None of this had anything to do with anything in anyone's life, no. It's all Kaylee's fault because she was on YouTube. But let's not forget, I wouldn't have been on YouTube if it wasn't for Justin Ormrod, who's been right at the centre of all of this shit. Going way back when. Why so many fucking names, you cunt? In your Clacton caravan, if you're really there, Justin Ormrod, Jason Tyler, E-Media Hosting, Weber Logic, Right to Unity, Wake Up UK. Why so many names? Still coming along in the middle of the fucking night just to say that, oh, I thought I left away. You don't need to talk about me ever, you fucked cunt. You found.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door.
We met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree? I told you to run, so we both be free.
Where did all
Strange
the
things that
nonsense
happen
go?
in a stranger would be. If we met at midnight in the hanging tree.
Where did
Are
all
you
the nonsense
coming to the
go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking
I don't think I really need to say much, do I? 6 o'clock in the morning. Clyde Stanhope's already been in. Banana Nonce has already been in. This is while I'm sleeping. Christmas morning, just for a few hours before I get up and go straight back to doing what I do every single day under duress. Under duress, they're here 24/7 just to go on and on and on about my fucking children and paedophilia. And look, we've got Linda Morden. You cunts are fucked. No, don't try this, you gaslighting piece of shit. You're fucked in real life, Linda Morden. You're fucked. No Merry Christmas. There's no celebrating for me, you dead cunt, Linda Morden. Phone 999. I want you dead. If you don't hand yourself in, if you don't fucking hand yourself in, I want you dead. And I'll be in the pub telling everybody about it today. And we're doing Michaela on the Avosa's hearing, okay? Michaela on the Avosa's hearing starts today at whatever time. It's very informal and it is Christmas Day after all. You'd think that maybe you lot would be fucking asleep or getting up and doing stuff for your kids or grandkids possibly. I know exactly why I'm not. I'm under duress. My life's been fucked by you lot and I'm exposing it. That's what I'm doing. Okay? I'm miserable. No, I'm not. And you need an apostrophe. I'm getting up to go and watch the sunrise by the river. And then I'm going to be spending the day in the pub today, carrying on exposing you with some friends and neighbours. Okay, this is what I do now. So by all means, you can sit here and tell me how shit I am at life and keep going on and on and on about my children through the night, in the morning, every fucking day, including Christmas. Just show everybody exactly what's going on. Go for it. I'm getting ready to go and, yeah, I've given up on my children. Yeah, we're going to let the public decide. We're going to let the public decide, aren't we? We're going to let the public decide. And we're going to let the public decide about you lot being so obsessed with my children. You're here to tell me about it all fucking day and night, even fucking Christmas. Even fucking Christmas morning. You fucking paedophile cunts. I want you dead. That's what I want for Christmas. I want you fucking dead. If you don't hand yourselves in, I want you fucking dead.
Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Daughter actually dying, I believe, at the moment, and all you've got to say is I should have dropped YouTube and got on with my so we'll just pretend that none of this is going on. None of this had anything to do with anything in anyone's life. No, it's all Kaylee's fault because she was on YouTube. But let's not forget, I wouldn't have been on YouTube if it wasn't for Justin Ormrod, who's been right at the centre of all of this shit. Going way back when, why so many fucking names, you cunt? In your Clacton caravan, if you're really there, Justin Ormrod, Jason Tyler, E-Media Hosting, WeberLogic, Right Unity, Wake Up UK. Why so many names? Still coming along in the middle of the fucking night just to say that, oh, I thought I left away. You don't need to talk about me ever, you fucked cunt. You phoned me, didn't you, to get me to go to the police about Rick how many years ago? You stupid cunt. You did what? Christmas Day? With what video? A stolen how? How? Who asked to be my manager to protect me from all the men that were trolling me? Who asked who? Jason? Justin? And look what I've still got all of these years later. All these men trying to tell me that somehow I've done this to myself because I chose to be on YouTube. Like anyone could even escape social media anyway. And I wasn't. I was on MySpace because I was in a band. Then I was on Facebook, but I got kicked off of Facebook. And just looking into some court cases I didn't even know had happened last year. So fuck a Borg and co. I'll be in contact really soon. Again, some of you lot may well be could well be. I don't know how human half these idiots even are in the first place. I don't know. I've literally grown up in a family full of people in denial, so I know what the human psyche is capable of doing to itself in terms of denial. I'm fully aware. So I don't know what I'm dealing with at the end of the day. That's why you can only have your faith in Mother Earth and God, which I believe is the law, pretty much, isn't it? Yeah, I wasn't even reading. It's just so dumb, isn't it? These men, there's no buffer. You've had a buffer with all of these idiots, all of the idiots from your Michaelas to your, I don't know how involved half the people that are left were in the beginning. I'm not sure, but you've got no buffer. You're just here trying to, what is it that you do you even have it? Like, what's the motive anymore? What can you say? Like, how did you, would you just want me to feel bad? Do you actually want me to kill myself? Are you still trying to have people believe that I shouldn't be listened to and that I warranted being killed off in effect over and over and over again? Like, what are you trying to achieve from being here talking about my children, you weirdo? In a way to try, it's not even that you're here saying inappropriate things about them. Like, you literally trying to use my children to hurt me. You're just showing how sadistic you can't think of anything else. Like, even just not doing that is still better than doing that in terms of implicating yourself. So, like, where's your drive coming from? Like, what do you need? Do you need that pleasure of knowing that you're hurting me on a level or something? Because you're not doing that even very well, are you, at all? Obviously, every time you cunts have mentioned my children, but you'll get your karma for it. Do you know what I mean? You'll get your karma for it. All it's done is you've literally created a monster you're never, ever, ever, ever going to get rid of now. So, like, it's just like the biggest fucking backfire ever. Whoever's fucking bright idea it was to just try and bully me. I mean, like, well, I don't know. Some of you, it was way more sinister than that all along, wasn't it? But hey, it is what it is. Yeah, I don't know what you think you're going to achieve here, Wallace. It's pretty fucking pathetic. Pretty fucking pathetic and sad. And Clyde Stanhope and John, possibly Phantom, possibly Ricky Dearman, possibly Bill. There's only going to be so many people left, like, that really are going to have to take the shit. Eventually, enough people will have stepped down. There's going to be certain people that are left, just like with the liability. That's how it's going to work. But I mean, then again, everyone who's stepped down is still liable for the decisions you made. So there's stuff going on everywhere, isn't there? So I'm pretty chill about it, to be honest. Again, just going to draw attention to the fact there's a load of men here. All they talk about is paedophilia anonymously. They project onto myself and Jake, who are public. But I'm literally on Company's House for anybody who's new. I've literally registered myself on Company's House to protect myself because they've deleted me for like as long as the internet's fucking existed, really. So I can't really hide myself anymore. I couldn't expose myself anymore than actually being registered at my home address, you know, in my own name. You know, everybody knows who Jake's been around for ages as well as himself, you know, so we're known, yet we're hounded 24/7 by a group of people that are literally obsessed with Hampstead, trying to tell us that we're obsessed with Hampstead. No, we're obsessed with protecting children, and because that's not been investigated yet, and 10 years down the line, fuck me sideways, hasn't a lot gone on to make sure that it's not investigated. I think everyone's a bit like exhausted at this point, but it's really clear, isn't it, that as anonymous people, it's far more sinister that you're lurking around us trying to tell us that we're paedophiles when we're the people that are out there with our faces and names. And you know, like, it's just, again, it's just common sense, isn't it? But it is what it is. You just crack on. You're not winning anything at all. You're just making it worse for yourselves every day. And it is coming to an end. It literally is coming to an end, and you're not making it any better for any of the idiots that have got caught up in it along the way as well. You can't make it work as anonymous people. It's as simple as that. You've got no ID. It's as simple as that. You're just there to try and influence things without being brave enough to. You don't want to own it, which means it's not good. It's as simple as that. If you were proud of your actions, you'd do it with your ID. You'd do it with your face. You'd do it with your chest. You'd do it with your voice. Same way that if Jupiter was okay with everything that she was saying, she wouldn't block people from having their right of response. Madness. Absolute fucking madness. To create a space where she thinks she can just abuse the fuck out of people in public and use false controls to stop them having their right of response for years, whilst the things that they were talking about all came to fruition and so many people are dead. I mean, it's so bad. It's just so bad. And again, these are all traits, funnily enough, that we're all spoken about in the Bible. She professes to be a Christian. The biggest blasphemers in the world on YouTube. It's insane.
Infrared through the nail, and it will show if you've got it's not just a case of it's beeping because you're pressing. So she gets that, we put it on her, all of a sudden 110, 144, it's a pulse, and then it's going 34, 45, 50, or the sats are going up. I put the stethoscope in, I listen, I said, she's got a heartbeat. I'm going, Paloma, Paloma. You hear all this on the 999 call. You hear the machine in the background, beep, 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 beep. And then you can hear the alarm going off, because of the heartbeat was so high, it will alarm. Now they all arrive. They start to arrive. They're tanking. The first paramedic arrives. He comes in. He's got an intraosseous gun in his hand. He said, she's very slight. I say she's under 6 stone. The witness with me also writes that in her statement. Exactly what I've told you. It's identical. And she writes exactly that. He says she's very slight. I say she's under 6 stone. They never called that witness. The person who was with me in the room, they never called her. He denies that that was ever said at the inquest. He denies it. There was 2 witnesses heard him say that. He then shoots her in the leg with an intraosseous gun. And then they do their thing. More and more arrive. The air ambulance arrives. Before we know it, she's had 3 doses of adrenaline, 1 milligram, in a girl that's under 6 stone. By the time they finished, they gave her about just under 12 times the dose they should have given her for that body weight. I suddenly watched my daughter's entire body go ashen blue. It's called circulatory collapse. The exact words out my mouth were, "Oh, F, they've killed her. I'm not in the room anymore." It's a big, big bedroom with an ensuite, but there's 8 of them in there, admitted by the doctor on the stand at the coroner's court, Dr. David Bentley. I put it to you, sir, you have committed perjury. He said he walked in the room and he saw her, and yes, she was normal coloured. Capillary refill when he picked her skin up was 3 seconds, and he could see this mass in her chest that measured this by this by this. So he's telling you he's using his eyes. But he then says, I said, did you see the circulatory collapse? No, it was too dark. It was about 8:40, 8:45 on a summer's evening. Sorry, 6:18, 45. July 19th, with a massive window. So it's a white, clear summer's night. He's just put a femoral line in her groin that you need to be able to see. I said, we just put a femoral line in. He said, oh, yeah, I didn't need to see for that. Come on. I then asked him as well, how do you account for the fact that you could hear her heart continually beating on the 999 call? Oh, she was going in and out of cardiac arrest. Honestly, you couldn't make this up. The LifePak 15 machine, which they attached her to, is a contemporaneous primary piece of evidence. It's made by Stryker. Stryker in the United States. Don't take me for a fool, anybody out there, because I've contacted Stryker and I now have a case reference number. If you were on your phone, Liam, and you made a phone call and you had a car crash and you said, no, I wasn't on my phone, what are they going to look at as evidence? Your phone records. And what are they going to take as evidence? Your word or your phone records? Your phone records. There is endless case law regarding the LifePak 15 machine. That is contemporaneous when paramedics or doctors have lied. That is primary evidence. She was never in cardiac arrest. It is on there. You can see that she's got a pulse. She's got oxygen sats. She's got an ECO2, meaning she was never in respiratory arrest. Why did I say on the 999 call she's dying? Because I knew it would be a category A. Get them out there quicker. If only I'd known that they were going to come in my house and kill her. So that LifePak machine gives me the printout, and there it is. I've got the printout. It's there. I find it then in the bundle when the coroner's court. I've sent hundreds and hundreds of reports to Sussex Police. I even gave Joe Shiner an invoice for 50k for doing her job for her, and told her she's derelict in her duty. She needs to stand down for impersonating a police officer. We've given. My daughter was never in cardiac arrest. Their own records prove it. And Dr. David Bentley on that stand said, oh, I disagree with that equipment. Oh, really, Dr. Bentley? Well, let's see what strikers say about that. Because all of what goes into that machine goes into the iCloud and gets stored for 7 years. So I've now got administrators. So I've gone back with everything and asked them for the serial number of that machine, but they're not giving it. There was also the fact that once they got my daughter into the hospital and I next saw her, they wouldn't let me in the ambulance. They wouldn't let me in the ambulance. I said, can I come in the ambulance? No. That was how they answered me. I thought, this is really not, something's not right here. They sat outside my house for another 20 plus minutes with her in the back of the ambulance. They didn't take the air ambulance back. They go down to Brighton. In the back of the ambulance, they give her rocuronium. They give her midazolam. They give her more adrenaline. And they give her more rocuronium. These are drugs that they use to paralyze you. She wasn't coming out of that. They use them on death row as well. And they use them in organ harvest. So they get my daughter down to Brighton. When I next see her, I said, what is that? It's this huge surgical emphysema in her neck. So what had happened, and I've seen the scans now. He's gone in, paramedic Bass, with an airway that's too big. I've done my advanced trauma and life support. He goes in with an airway that's too big and it causes barotrauma. So air escapes into the surrounding tissue. Now you've got this air in there. He then has to switch to an adolescent size because she's small. He then tries to get a cannula and he can't get it in. So he uses an adolescent size and it fits because you use the biggest ones and they have to go down. So they go in with adult doses, 1 milligram every 3 to 5 minutes. So you are quite beefy. Imagine giving an under 6 stone girl, and let's say a 20 stone man, you get the same dose. Women have got more fat. It's going to take a lot longer to metabolize it. The studies show the paramedic 1, 2, and 3 trials, and the Warwick University's running that on the people of Sussex. They ran the paramedic 3. But there was a French study showing that by the 3rd dose of adrenaline, your brain is damaged. They're delivering organs. 2.7% survival once you've had that adrenaline, if you've had more than 3 doses. And at 1 year, it's just over 1% survival. My daughter had those doses and she wasn't even in cardiac arrest. They shouldn't have given it. They didn't follow the protocol. So Bass, Bentley, and then some other guy, Cody, I don't know what he was doing on the stand. And Bentley said, oh, maybe, you know, when you were doing the CPR, she was coming in and out of cardiac arrest. He said he didn't know the consultant from intensive care, but it turns out he worked in the intensive care for years because all of their Twitter pages have been erased shortly after my daughter's death, but their pinned tweet is a later one, so you know they've taken stuff off. But there he is. I went down his whole Twitter feed. I kept going back, all the people connected. There he is in the intensive care unit at Brighton, my new office. What have you? So he did, and the consultant said, oh, you might have seen Dr. Bentley on the unit. He was the one in your house. And yet, at the inquest, he said he never saw Paloma after the house. And he didn't know the consultant, but the consultant trains the air ambulance. He trains the paramedics. He's very entrenched in the university. He's a dean of the university and going to Maidstone Hospital. And this is now Brighton. Do you see the connection? They're all connected. And so my daughter's she's now in intensive care. The scan shows she's got pulmonary edema. She's got fluid collecting around her heart, which is called cardiac tamponade. The policies are that you address it immediately. Immediately. They didn't do it for 2 days. I only found this out later, but on the second day I said, she was swelling up. I said, if you don't do anything, I'm going to sue you for your house, your car, your mortgage, your pension. I'm suing you in your personal capacity, not the trust. I'm coming after you. They do the operation. She sailed through it and all the fluid went down. But in the notes, which we then read at the inquest, it had already caused right ventricular failure. They left her. They left her. They let her die. So I'm speaking to a consultant from the NHS who's now abroad, who spoke out in COVID times. He's afraid. And he's saying, get them to do this, get them to do this, get them to do this. So I said straight away, she's not for organ donor, you know. She's opted out. And they just looked at me. I said, she's opted out. We are power of attorney. And all they were interested in was seeing the documents for power of attorney. But because they weren't registered yet with the courts, they said they weren't going to honour it. But then they did honour it in the notes and said they weren't going to treat her. She didn't want chemo. So this is what happened. He calls me up the day after they do this drain from the fluid around her heart, the consultant, Peter Anderson, and he says, we want to make your daughter do not resuscitate. I went, absolutely not. You're not doing that. You do everything to save her. And he said, we've done a brainstem test this morning. I said, you're not supposed to do that without us there. Why did you do that? He didn't tell us. It's supposed to be, the policies are that you're meant to be told. And I said, you can do another one. He said, why? I went, what do you worry about? You're not paying the electric bill. And he agreed to do it. So there's a time limit of how long it takes for these drugs to go out your body. They're going to still be in your body. You could do a drug clearance test. You could do toxicology on the liver and on the kidneys to make sure those drugs are out the body, because those drugs will suppress brain activity. They will also suppress breathing. So if you're doing a brainstem test and you're taking the ventilator off them and they've got enough drugs in them to still suppress it, you're going to make brain damage worse. They never did those drug tests on her. They just went ahead and did that brainstem test. And then I said, I want you to do an MRI scan, because the CT scan they did said at the bottom, suspicious of particular brain injury, suspicious of. Please do an MRI scan to confirm. So I said, I want you to do the MRI scan. And he said, no, she's brainstem dead. And I said, well, then do the MRI scan, because it shows blood flow. He said, I can't. She's not stable enough. And if she dies on the table, it'll upset my staff. We wrote witness statements to this, and he admitted he said that in the inquest. Well, I'm sorry, but, you know, correct me if I'm wrong here. Can you die twice?
I don't think so.
No. So he wouldn't do the MRI scan. They did the next brainstem test on her, but they had to stop it all of a sudden because all the machines went off. And it's interesting. They turned the screen away where they were trying to intubate her again. They told me she had narrowing. Now, going back to the inquest, one of the paramedics with the red epaulets, a critical care one who was in the inquest, Karen Clark, she said when she entered, she found there was resistance trying to get the airway in that she was trying to put in. Well, of course, because Bass has just caused loads of barotrauma by ramming one in that's too big. She said, I assumed it was the mass. So I said, how long have you been a paramedic? And she'd been 14 years, critical care, really well qualified. And so she said 14 years, I think it was. And I said, how many mediastinal masses have you come across? None, she said. I said, but you assumed it was the mass. So I then said, so when you put in the laryngoscope that opens up the airway, and the coroner interrupted, and I told her to be quiet. You know, this was my arena, not hers, because the coroners are not medically trained. They're not Quincy. I don't even know what she trained in, just solicitor, I think she was. She certainly doesn't know the 2009 coroner's guidelines because she just broke them all the time. Anyway, so I said to this Karen Clark, so when you put the laryngoscope in, could you see any tumor? She said, and the coroner interrupted again. I said, stop interrupting me. And I said, was her airway patent? Yes. That means there was no obstruction. Her airway was patent. She was able to pass that airway. So they say, your daughter's brainstem deaf. We're going to turn the ventilator off. Now, at that time, you may remember the case where the two doctors, the two consultants and the little girl, they didn't want them to turn the ventilator off. And the next thing, the father tried to stop them, and all the police and the security jump in. The guy has a heart attack. The doctor has a heart attack, and he takes them to court. They throw the parents out. It's horrific. So we're all braced because I know if I do anything, they're going to throw us out. Thank God I didn't, because behind the scenes, once we read all the notes in the inquest, they were up to every dirty dealing you can imagine. Liaising with Maidstone, all sorts of stuff. And it's called self-exculpatory evidence, what I'm going to tell you now. And I say this because it's fact, because I've got the notes. And he admitted it in the coroner's court. So they agreed to turn the ventilator off the next day. And of course, we're on the phone. It was too late to get a high court ruling. They never ever did a blood test to check any drugs are out. I'm in there. And they turn the ventilator off. And I watch my daughter, and I watched her father grab her face, and he fell apart. I went, don't do that, because she's going to stay. Just don't. And I told the staff, and the doctor removes the endotracheal tube, which he shouldn't have done. He shouldn't have done that. But he removes it, and I told them to get out. They leave, and I move the pillow, and I push my daughter's jaw up, because she's had this tube out her mouth, and I put her teddy and a shawl, and I watch her go ashen. And then my daughter said, Mummy, I want to hug her. They were best friends. There was only 19 months between them. They were best friends. She said, I want to hug her. So I lift my daughter up and I pull her over towards me. My daughter got on the bed. She put her arm under her sister, another arm around her, and she went to sleep for 45 minutes, hugging her sister's body as the life drifted out of her. And we left her in privacy. And I said, do not leave this room ever. And if they tell you to leave, you don't. You call me. We're going to be downstairs. So we go downstairs. My friend and her husband, who are Christians, are with us. My good friend Simone Plow is with me. My ex-husband and I. And my friend goes out and smokes God knows how many fags. We'd had psalms playing and praying over her. I'm Christian. And I'd said to my daughter when they were going to remove the ventilator, I said, my darling, if the Lord is calling you, it's okay to go. I'll be okay. Daddy will be okay. Ariana will be okay. And I know you've forgiven your brothers. And I've forgiven them. I said, it's okay if the Lord's calling you. And I went downstairs and I'd brushed her hair with a Tangle Tease brush to get hair from the roots. And I'd got this and I'd given it to my ex-husband. I said to keep that, stuff it in a bag, keep it, because we needed it. And we go downstairs and then we couldn't get the death certificate. And we go back upstairs, and Peter Anderson, I swear, the way he acted. And he said, well, I'm referring this to the coroner. The coroner's going to be very interested in this case. And I said, why? And he said, because of her age, because of that huge mass in her neck. This was a surgical emphysema. What a liar. The mass was there, but not that. And he said, he paused and he put his head to the side and just looked at me and I went, and because it's me, and he went, yes. This is what witnesses saw it and said it. So we go away and we organise for her, and we get the phone call. There's going to be an autopsy. That was all we got. Later, we were to discover that the coroner, Karen Henderson, who doesn't work in Sussex, organises this autopsy. She's ticked no toxicology, don't take any blood, no tissue samples. So now would be a perfect time to take a tissue from the mass and prove that it was what they said it was, right? Because they only had a differential diagnosis. My daughter wouldn't have any more biopsies. She was going to wait a year. This is what she said. She would wait a year for a scan. And they didn't. It was a standard autopsy that was ordered. So they go ahead with this. They didn't tell us we could have a representative, because I would have had one there, would have had a pathologist there. They broke all the coronial service guidelines, and Dr. Peter Anderson, who is a consultant anaesthetist in this area, he removed all the medical paraphernalia from my daughter's body before she goes down for autopsy, before she goes down to the mortuary. You're not allowed to do this. Even I know this. You have to leave everything in situ. Our pathologist said on the stand that only happened once in her career, and it was a big thing. In order to remove all the medical paraphernalia when there's a coroner's inquest, you have to have a particular certificate signed by the coroner. It's in their own guidelines. Jervison guidelines, the 2009 coroner guidelines, written, co-authored by Alison Hewitt, who was brought in from the City of London as a senior barrister in KC to be in the inquest for barrister for the coroner and attack me. So this is, she's approximately on about 10k a day. Taxpayers funding this in Kent. So they don't take any tissue samples. He's removed all the medical paraphernalia. And when I questioned this on the stand, I've now reported it to the police that he's done this because my pathologist said there was no medical paraphernalia in her when she looked at the autopsy report later. I report it to the police because it's perverting the course of justice. I report it to the GMC. I report it to the trust before the inquest. So on the stand, he said, oh, yes, I removed all of that. Please do accept my apologies on behalf of myself and the trust. No, I don't accept them, Peter Anderson, because I'm coming after you. So he said, but I don't believe any of that medical paraphernalia caused her death. She didn't have much in. What did she have in? Well, she had a central line. She had this, she had that, she had this. I said, so quite a lot of equipment then. And he said, I don't believe it caused her death. And he said he believed that she died of a brain injury that happened in the house. He believed she had a heart attack that caused the brain injury caused by the cancer. This is what he said. That's like saying, oh, I stabbed her, but I know it wasn't the knife, so I wiped it clean and tossed it in the river, but that's not the cause of death. You can't say that the hospital or the medical paraphernalia doesn't cause the death. This is why we have autopsies. This is why we have inquests, inquisitorial. Bring all the evidence in. Well, not in this case, because the coroner gets to decide, and she cherry-picked because they had a narrative. That wasn't an inquest for my daughter. It was nothing more than a propaganda slur because of what my daughter's death has uncovered.
My first classes helped for a while.
We get it back, not for me personally, but where it is. And I said, right, have a good look at her. You see, no examination of the brain. So no CT, only a CT that said that there was suspicions of this and this and this. So they never do an MRI scan of her head, and they don't examine her brain to prove that it was brain injury. And that's why they were turning the ventilator off. They do a very basic examination of her heart, which on the inquest states no old or new evidence of infarct. That means no heart attack. No heart attack. That's what it means, people. They didn't preserve her heart. Now, we had our own pathologist at the inquest and she ripped them to pieces. Her transcript of her testimony is phenomenal and you can all read it soon. We can't give you the recordings, but we'll give the transcripts. And they reported her as well. And we gave this, her report, to the police before the inquest. And the police broke their own GDPR by giving that report to the coroner without our permission. That's okay, Joe Shiner, because I'm coming for you right now on that one. As these people all know, we've been very busy behind the scenes waiting for the whole slur to end. So they didn't save her heart. They didn't do any other. There was no heart attack. And yet the coroner's now written heart attack that led to a brain injury caused by non-Hodgkin's lymphoma B. That on the death certificate is worth nothing because none of it can be backed up with evidence, not a single piece of it. So I got my daughter's body back.
I do think you're Danny West, you know. Now, remember, I have you record if you are Danny West. I mean, you have to. Somebody has to be Danny West. You can't be that addicted, and again, I'm not saying to me specifically, but the situation, the whole YouTube thing, which has ended up being just whatever the fuck this is. But yeah, let's again just draw attention to the fact we've got anonymous men talking about fucking sex and shit, but nobody pulls anybody. A child dying, her daughter dying. This is obviously very, very fucking personal to me, this entire situation story. Quite fucking traumatic, this situation in and of itself, even if we weren't listening to this at this point in time. But what are you doing? Talking about sex? Because this is what old lady, are you fucking right? Because YouTube are going to have to, we've obviously got your details, your handles, right? YouTube are going to be put in a position where they're going to have to divulge who you are. Maybe some of you do actually work for YouTube, perhaps, I don't know. Involved in some Pfizer shit, I don't know. Involved in the Red Cross, I don't know. Involved in getting the Grennans locked up, I don't know. There's a lot of dead people. There's a lot of dead people. A lot of people have been locked up, sectioned, suicide, you know, actual suicide and, you know, suicided. And still, as anonymous people, you really think that you're convincing anybody, anywhere, of anything other than exactly what I've been saying all along? Which, again, all the evidence of all of it. I mean, we're literally looking at in real time exactly why I don't have my children with me. This is an exact, so see, she was in the public eye. She, you know, was still around her children, and look, her daughter's dead. So are we really still going to keep going with, I'm a shit mum who abandoned her children? Are we going to keep doing that, are we? I'm not saying Kate should have abandoned her child. I'm not saying that at all. It's just I've been very aware, especially since Mr. Edwards warned me exactly what was going to happen. So, do you know what I mean? Like, we're listening to a woman talking about what exactly my biggest fear, literally, she's literally telling us my biggest fear was exactly that. One of my children dying at the hands of whatever part got them, but one of my children dying and me being able to do nothing about it. This is my worst nightmare that I'm listening to here, and I've got you lot talking about sex in my chat and being vulgar, and you wonder why I call you nonces, obsessed nonces, fucking monsters. And then your Rebecca Elizabeth Penmans, your Michaela Onyevosas, your Babs, your Wendy's, your Valerie Strouds, all of you. Getting kicks out of it. Amy, getting fucking kicked, still talking about baby burgers yesterday, you sick cunt. Your son's gonna fucking hate you. Vile, vile people. Vile people. There needs to be a good, what's the word? Draining of the swamp, let's say, in a lot of places. A lot of fucking places. So fucking sick. So fucking sick. But thank God it's coming to an end. It is coming to an end. Look at this sick fuck. Who's not delusional and is just in touch with any level of reality would even say something like that at this point? You are so desperate for me to not be me. It's ridiculous. You fucked up so bad. You know you have. So many of you have fucked up so bad. And you're fucked now because you thought you'd get away with it and you're not going to. It's the personality disorder, says the guy who's been sat around with nonces for years on end, telling me I'm getting sectioned, that I'm getting this, I'm getting that, I need to do this, I need to do that, then I need to take all the vulgar, disgusting abuse and then hear about you. It's just like the most absurd, abusive relationships. So many, just because you've got access to somebody, you happily tell them you do it just to get your kicks. You actually say it. This is exactly why I'm feeling what she's saying, because the doctors are just mocking her in her face over the death of their child that they're causing. This is going on everywhere. And you sick cunts are part of it. Are you that fucked in the head on your drugs and your alcohol? I don't know. Probably a lot of the time, but you are part of this satanic situation that is oppressing and traumatizing and fucking up women and children all over the planet. And the mockery that comes off the back of it is just, it's disgusting. But it's going on everywhere, and because people are too scared to see it for how bad it is, unless it's happening to them, people just ignore it and allow it to go on. Well, thank God she's got balls. She knows what she's talking about. She knows the law. She knows what she's doing, and she's doing it. But you think people aren't going to see how strange it is that there's a group of lads here now still just being sick and just ignoring what this woman's saying? If anything, it's just to make her or me to ridicule. You don't think that people are going to just see that this is a bit fucked up, fellas? And all the fucking idiots that have jumped in on this gig, what is your fucking purpose? What are you doing? Why are you here on YouTube? We know a lot of money. Are you one of the people that got paid a lot of money? If not, what's your purpose? Why are you on YouTube? Do you have your own ID? Because it's especially bad if you get paid and you don't have your own ID, or you're taking perks, or you're covering up paedophilia or genocide, and you don't even use your own ID. Because that would mean generally you're getting perks somewhere that will then need to be explored by the relevant authorities in due course. That's what's going to happen. Like I've said a million times, I can't make anybody do anything, but we can hold people to account. Okay, so if the right people aren't in the positions at the moment, then the wrong people need to step down and let the right people step in. The positions are there. The work's there to be done, or a lot of the work's that it's been done, just needs to be signed off by the people in the position. If we need to switch around who's in the positions, that's what we need to do. And look at you flapping 3 in a row, boom, boom, boom. She's a repeat offender. So, oh my God, you're talking about me, you fucking weird cunt, a repeat offender for hurty words on the internet, defending myself, because literally all we've got on the internet is our words and ID, and you fucking melts don't even have your ID. Pathetic cunt, so pathetic.
Recordings, but we'll give the transcripts. And they've reported her as well. And we gave her report to the police before the inquest. And the police broke their own GDPR by giving that report to the coroner without our permission. That's okay, Joe Shiner, because I'm coming for you right now on that one. As these people all know, we've been very busy behind the scenes waiting for the whole slur to end. So they didn't save her heart. They didn't do any other. There was no heart attack. And yet the coroner's now written heart attack that led to a brain injury caused by non-Hodgkin's lymphoma B. That on the death certificate is worth nothing because none of it can be backed up with evidence, not a single piece of it. So I got my daughter's body back, but they've got the wrong name on the death certificate. The original death certificate just said large cell lymphoma B, and we got them to remove that. And it said to be determined at inquest. Now the Banana Republic's come up with complete rubbish that Peter Anderson comes up with. I believe it was this, this, and this. What? So we have an autopsy, but we believe the doctor from the intensive care unit that trains the paramedics and the air ambulance, the very ones that overdosed her with adrenaline, that should have given her a pediatric or a small person's dose, according to their own literature. And how do we know she was overdosed on adrenaline? Because she had copious amounts of pink, frothy mucus streaming down her nose. The suction bottles were full of it. Her SATs began to drop. And when we said to him about the pink, frothy mucus, he said, oh, yes, I saw it. But I've never seen that at any other time in my career. Really? When you're training the air ambulance, when you're training paramedics, when you're a dean at the universities, when you're a top anaesthetist, and it says in your own training manual that pink frothy mucus and pulmonary edema, which they've diagnosed now on a scan, which we now have all the notes, diagnosed on the scan states pulmonary edema. All the evidence is there, and it states that these are absolute indicators of adrenaline overdose in small people and children is pink frothy sputum, the mucus, which the suction bottle, when I got there, was half full and there was suctioning out of her nose. And my friend said they've emptied that bottle. That was full. And he said he's never seen it before. There are so many publications on PubMed and everywhere about that very thing. So I find it very hard to believe that someone of that position, who's a dean, who trains, doesn't know that. Really? Well, I'm coming for all of you. You just have to get all of the evidence, and it's all there. So they put the wrong name on the death certificate. So now I can't go and apply for administrator, because if I do, what am I doing? I'm committing fraud. It took us nearly 6 months to get that corrected. But anyway, we go to an undertaker that we know, and we have my daughter cremated, and we have a celebration of her life. And there was only 25 of us there. The 7 friends, she named 6 of them, my daughter, and I'll tell you about that at the end. And we have a wonderful ceremony. But before we leave to go to the place where we were having the meal with everything she loved, the flowers and her pictures and all her friends talking about who she is, I go into the back, and there's her white coffin. The flowers are taken off, and there's the undertaker and the guy that owns the crematorium. And the oven is fired up because we paid extra for that. They don't cremate you all in the same day normally because it's too costly. I brought her into the world. And the undertaker, who's a good friend, he was with us at the funeral. He said, when you're ready, Kate. Her dad couldn't come in, and I'd seen her at the funeral place. She was just wrapped in one white cotton sheet, which is biblical. And I'd seen her. I was the only one who saw her. This tiny, beautiful girl. And there I was standing next to, and I could feel the heat of the oven. And I could see it. And she's on this runner. And I said, I'm ready. Yes. And the door opened, and all the heat came out, and her coffin went in. And I watched the door go down. And my daughter was now. And the next day I got her ashes, and the next day I pressed a big red button on the emails, and we began. We had the celebration of her life. We stayed 2 nights there, and we came back and we started. Now, I haven't told anybody this, but I want to tell you. And I decided you were going to be the one I would go public and tell about this. I'm good friends with the pathologist now, very good friends with her. I'd already looked into near-death experiences in my lifetime because when I'd nursed people, I've seen a lot of death. I worked in a gynecology ward as well where we did abortions, suction termination of abortion. I've blood all over my hands. And I've seen people traumatically die gradually. I've done last rites where you wash them, you tag them, you tie the toes, the knees, the wrists together, ready for them to go down to the mortuary. This is why I know you don't remove anything. You tape everything in situ. And there was times in my career where I've thought, who is that? I was in a room once and I thought, I felt like there was nobody in there when I went in, just me, the nurse, and that was it. But the nurse had gone off to get something and I'm looking at the guy and I opened the door quickly on a room because I thought, there's someone else in here. And I was only young and that stayed with me. It was just at the end of my nurse training, Glasgow Royal Infirmary. So I'm fast asleep. It's 3 weeks after my daughter's death. We're talking constantly about this brain injury, and I'm talking to my researcher, my ex-husband, and they didn't open her head, and what are we going to do about this? And all of a sudden, my daughter wakes me up, and she's right in my face above me, and she's shouting, "Mummy! Mummy!" And that's how they used to shout me when they used to get cross in my house. And my daughter has hands like mine. Rub your finger on my hand. They're really soft, but they don't look it.
They're all right.
Yeah, they're like transvestite hands. They're really big. My daughter had beautiful, delicate hands, but she had my skin, wrinkly. She was the only one of my 3 kids that looked like me, but she was much better in every way, better looking, better everything, smarter. Anyway, she had these funny hands and she said, "Mummy, Mummy!" And I thought, oh my gosh, but she's dead. Does she not know she's dead? What is this? Oh. And she said, "Why are you holding on to my head? Why are you holding on to my head?" And I thought, am I awake? Am I asleep? And all of a sudden I felt her hands. I was asleep with one hand above my head, one down. I felt her little hands slide into my hands. It was the most surreal experience. And I gripped them and was rubbing to see if I could feel the skin. And it was her hands. And I gripped them. And I just went to sleep, back to sleep. Anyway, I woke up. It was an hour later. I didn't realize because I looked at my clock when she'd shouted. It was 12:30 and now it's 1:30. And I thought, God, I need the toilet. And her hands were still there. And I let go of her hands and I felt totally peaceful. Totally, utterly peaceful about it all. 3 weeks later. And I went to the bathroom and I sat there and I thought, why are you holding on to my head? Why are you holding on to my head? So when I go back to bed the next day, I get up and I have this ritual. I go into the room that was her sitting room. We call it the Coimbra Suite because she lived in Portugal for a year as part of her 4-year Cambridge course. She was at Cambridge Uni. And there's a great picture of her and all her beloved books and her these little ruby red slippers that she had.
Again, for the benefit of anybody that's still struggling to figure out why I've got an issue with all of the people that have jumped into bed with these characters to platform them, abuse me, silence me, allow for the most disgusting slander and whatnot to replace my real life when I had no interest in this fucking fake popularity contest or telling each other to suck your mums and all of this. So I was doing real life, you know, and quite concerned about a lot of things that were already going on in the real world. But what we've got here, so we're just going to ignore this woman talking about her daughter, and I've just explained why. Obviously, this is, for me, this I just can't believe this is happening. I literally still every single day cannot believe that you're still doing this. Can't believe you're still. So we're just going to still pretend that you're not hearing this account of what's actually going on. You're still trying to talk about something, and you're lying. I haven't touched cocaine. The last time I was anywhere near cocaine is when I found it on my children's father's work trousers, a wrap. That's the last I encountered cocaine. I haven't done it for I can't remember. So no, I was not on cocaine at all. Okay, I did have a panic attack and didn't manage to take a breathalyzer, and I did accidentally assault a police officer on the way in. They did note, though, for all of you that like to tell me how not strong I am, they did fucking note a few times, and it's on camera how many of them it did take to get me moved around in the station itself at times. Okay, so no, was not coped up. That was Russell McGarry's daughter, I believe. You're crossing wires. This is why we're not supposed to gossip about people in public. You're not supposed to gossip about people at all. You're especially not supposed to do it in public, okay, as anonymous people, whilst she's already just told you that her worst nightmare is being spoken about by a woman in a very similar situation, is actually living through it and explaining it to us. And you're trying to do this to me, trying to tell me that I was coked out when that just didn't happen. Now, again, what's the rest of the world going to make of this situation? Who needs to hear these things about what Kaylee was doing and how many years ago anyway? And I'm a coke freak, says the actual coke freak man who tells us that he comes here to abuse me and laugh at me. And this is why YouTube, this is all going to get sent to you. You're not going to be able to get out of this. Your fucking platform has allowed this to go on for how many fucking years? Whilst our children die and suffer at the hands of sadistic cunts. All right, so every piece of shit in YouTube that's made money out of the suffering of me and other people, you are going to be held to account. All right? That's all I can say, whether it's by me, by God, by your own families, by your own conscience, whatever. Okay, there's no way in hell people don't know some of the shit that's going on. It was too fucking obvious. But again, like I say, I've been working really hard with AI to make sure that all of this is well documented in places that can't be sabotaged. And my job's done as far as I'm concerned. So you lot crack on talking about my children, my past, my life, how shit I am, whilst this woman's telling us about her daughter dying. You don't make it look whatsoever that you're anything to do with paedophiles or Big Pharma or the media at all. You must just be normal, decent human beings. Mustn't be invested in any of these despicable things whatsoever. I mustn't be a bit concerned now because it's all with you very soon. And people aren't going to be impressed, are they?
Went to the bathroom and I sat there and I thought, why are you holding on to my head? Why are you holding on to my head? So when I go back to bed the next day, I get up and I have this ritual. I go into the room that was her sitting room. We call it the Coimbra Suite because she lived in Portugal for a year as part of her 4-year Cambridge course. She was at Cambridge Uni. And there's a great big picture of her and all her beloved books and her these little ruby red slippers that she had. And I every morning and every night I hit this 528 hertz bowl. I hit it and I go, morning Paloma or good night Paloma. And I went and I hit this bong and I said, what are you trying to tell me? Tell me, guide me, lead me. And that was it. And the next thing, myself and my researcher, Stuart Wilkie, took off and we found the paramedic 1, 2 and 3 trials. The paramedic 3 trial was using, because it was never about her head. It was her heart. She was never in cardiac arrest. She passed out. She passed out. That's what happened. Paramedic 3 trial, the paramedic 1, 2, ran by Gavin Perkins at Warwick University with Charles Deakin, who is involved with the air ambulance. In 2017, Jeremy Hunt said they were going to use the air ambulance as, quote, a scouting expedition to identify organs earlier. On the 1st of June 2021, Matt Hancock said the United Kingdom was going to become the biggest organ donors in the world. Everyone is an organ donor now. As of May 20th, 2020, I covered this in COVID times. Unless you opt out, you're all an organ donor. the National Organ Retrieval Service, and they have a snod nurse embedded in every intensive care unit to identify prospective donors. They can approach your loved ones and family, even if you say you don't want to be a donor. They can get their opinion, oh yeah, I think they would now, and use you. The best organ donors are under 30 with a beating heart, a circulation ideally on a ventilator. There's no such thing as brain stem dead. You cannot be dead to take an organ. It's impossible. You have to be alive. They give you all those drugs I've just talked about. And this is what we found. The Paramedic 1 and 2 trial using 1 milligram of adrenaline every 3 to 5 minutes. The French study showed by the third bout, your brain is wrecked. They're using up to 10 doses. The World Health Organization now says they're adopting the paramedic trials from the United Kingdom across the world. The Paramedic 3 study was done in East Sussex. When my daughter was alive, when this incident happened, we've gone backwards and forwards to Warwick University. They're pulling all kinds of laws. We don't need to tell you this, this, and this. And the Paramedic 3 was a cost analysis. It was a cost analysis. Was it cheaper to give you intravenous, or was it cheaper to give you with the intraosseous into your leg, which they just drill you straight away? The gun comes from Israel. I'm just telling you, it's not because I'm picking this or this. I'm just telling you the drug comes, Teva Pharmaceuticals, which has got firms now in this country, is the biggest supplier of adrenaline to the UK. Merck Pharmaceuticals, their market at the moment there is 3.6 billion in adrenaline, and by 2032 it's going to be 7.11 billion for adrenaline, because they're expecting more people to need adrenaline, be it cardiac arrest or anaphylaxis.
He needs to stop with all of these lame excuses. We're sick of hearing it. This is a real photo.
Taken by Jeffrey Epstein.
Taken by Jeffrey Epstein. And there's Ghislaine Maxwell. There's The Flash. That's me at 17. And that's Prince Andrew with his chubby fingers.
And we know what happened next.
And that's right before I was abused by him.
Sensationally, what has now come to light was an attempt by the former prince to smear Virginia's credibility on the eve of that photo first being published in 2011. In a move that is potentially illegal, Andrew asked one of his personal protection officers to dig up dirt on Virginia. A recently leaked email showed he told the Queen's then Deputy Press Secretary that he had given Virginia's date of birth and confidential social security number to the officer to investigate her. In her continued scrutiny of Andrew, journalist Emily Maitlis sees it as an intimidation tactic. What was that like to learn?
Horrifying. I mean, it's horrifying, isn't it? That's how you do it. That's how powerful men shut down vulnerable women. And it's normally rich versus poor.
bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it? Voldemort. That's why you're obsessed with Daddy. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
yeah,
Right, okay.
yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children. She's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. No, she's fucked up. Now all she does is go to my dead daddy kids.
Coming to the
Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? Where did MK Ultra go? And all the psychopaths lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web and trolling folk en masse.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984. lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide Web,
nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense?
Well, so they also make shoes of the skin of the baby's skin. They got a special tool and they put it in the skin and it, like in the baby's skin, and then they take it off and then they stick it because the blood is kind of sticky, and they make the shoe the sole and flip flops. They stick on the flip flops. They got flip flops and like there's shoes like. The one that I like, the ones that I showed my mum in the shoe shop in Grand Cross. Those ones with this big, it got a big star, and it's baby skin, but it's not like, you can do it coloured, but it's not like, it's a bit see-through though.
For the skin?
Yes, the skin.
Okay, well, sorry to...
A big black star, it was... Wait, pause. I have to go and draw the star picture on the shoe. The paper's downstairs.
Where did all the nonsense go?
Afternoon, folks. I'll wait till about 2 minutes and then. I was in Jake's earlier. He's there now playing some stupid bloody video talking about how bad trolls are and blah blah blah. You know, him and Kaylee are the worst of the two, and Pat Dan, the three of them have got the internet sewn up for fucking trolls. Yeah, it's disgusting. It's literally disgusting. But hey, it is what it is. One day, they will get everything they deserve. They will get everything they deserve coming to them. Because yeah, it's wrong. It's wrong what they're doing. It's wrong. It's wrong. So one person's in. Anyway, Merry Christmas, everybody. Oh, to a person run. Oh, run, rabbit, run, run. Yeah, you know, this I'm going to start anyway, because I'll stick it on public. You know, this situation with Hampstead, you know, are these people ever going to actually realise that none of it is, I don't know, none of it's actually real? I just don't get why these two are so obsessed, hello to people, with making Hampstead be real. I mean, Jake wants me to believe that in a public toilet, in a public disabled toilet, there'll be 20 people, and they'll be checking a child in a public toilet. I mean, he says, honestly, if he actually believes that, then I do actually think that they both need to have a bit of a John Patterson thing done on them. They need to be put away, and they need to be locked away forever. I don't know. I just don't know where it all comes from. But like I said, I'm not going into 2026 without getting this sorted. But it is. Hey, Helen. I've been over in Jake's. I went on the panel and he didn't like. He wanted me to talk about the children, and because I said no, I refused to address it. He basically kicked me off. Not long got back from shopping. Last minute shopping, batteries for kids' toys, yeah, that sort of thing. But you know what is going on with these two? I mean, I don't know. It frustrates me because all you ever hear is about what everybody else has done. You never ever hear about what she's done. You never ever hear about what she's done. She wrote to all of Jupiter's neighbours and telling them that Jupiter was involved with child trafficking. I mean, are you actually for real? And then Jake turned around and said today that Jupiter should move. Oh, what's that? So that Peggy's got another set of Jupiter's neighbours to write to. Yeah, they are, Helen. And that's why I've always called them nonsense. I've always called them pedophiles, because I wouldn't say it about them if I didn't believe it. Because saying that about somebody is very, very, very dangerous. Yeah? But they're happy. They're happy to put people's lives in danger. They're happy to put children's lives in danger hourly, daily. They've got no consideration for anybody else. But like I said to Jake earlier in the chat, and I will reiterate it again, Jake, just remember, I do have your parents' address. Yeah? If I need to, I will use that. I'm sick of the way that you just think that you can go around talking to people, making people out to be wrong because they won't see the story. I tried to tell you on G-Block a long time ago, when there is a story, there is two sides, and there always has to be two sides. And just because somebody doesn't believe in your side of the story, doesn't make them people nonsense, doesn't make them people wrong, just makes them people clever enough to be able to make their own minds up. I just get so frustrated with him You know, he's a fucking outright nonce. There is no other way. Helen, can you do me a favour as well? Can you look to see if he's actually streaming this live? Because if he is, I'll be striking him. So where's all your little A1000s and your other little weirdos today? Probably listening. I couldn't give a fuck. He most probably is streaming this live, because he's got no content of his own. He has to play ridiculous. I mean, some of the stuff he's been playing, it's all stuff that pertains to them. You know, guidelines on when you've done something, when you run the police and you told the police that somebody's killed his girlfriend. That's wasting police time. That's what will happen to you, Voldemort, because that's what you did to AJ. I shouldn't let her get under my skin, but I can't fucking stand that fucking woman. She just, and people, I don't believe her. I don't even think for a second that she's me. I think it's bollocks. If she has, Elmswell will be having a big street party. They will be, because they will realise that they've escaped something. Taking Haley Arba for nonsense. I mean, you know, why do they have to? You know, I haven't ever heard Kaylee or Jake sit down and say, well, you know, this case has been gone through. This case has been dealt with. Maybe we're actually wrong. Maybe we should turn our attention to children who actually desperately do need our help. Because there's plenty of kids out there that could do with your help, Jake and Kaylee. Well, maybe not your help, but they do need help. Not your sort of help. Yeah, they certainly don't need Nancy sort of help. But, you know, but like I said in the chat earlier, Pip, you know, why hasn't she? Why is she? So she's spending tomorrow going through something to do with Jupiter's trial or something or other. I mean, you know, that's how deluded the cunt is. She actually thinks that she's going to put Jupiter on trial tomorrow. You know, that's some sort of fucking delusion. But, you know, why don't she spend tomorrow trying to make up with her kids? Has she even bought them any Christmas presents? Has she even, you know, has she sent them Christmas cards? I just like, I don't know. Pip, has he closed his life down now? I just like, I don't know. He's just such a nonce. He is seriously such a nonce. Merry Christmas, Big Bag Rick Show. How you doing? Yeah, I just for a while, he sat watching you, not talking. So he is actually, has he got it on? Has he got it on? Can he hear what I'm saying? Because if he is, then that means I can strike him. Fucking fool. Fucking fool. He's so obsessed with what I've got to say. It's actually really like noncy and creepy. Do you know what I mean? It's like he's restreaming you both. Okay, cheers. I'll get that done in a minute then. I am going to strike him for it. Yes, I just have two pains in the asses that I need to get sorted out before 2022. Before 2026. So Jake, put away his little noncy thing about Gerald being, you know, a troll. And Gerald is him and Kaylee. Yeah, whatever. Just literally, I can't be bothered. He's such a creep. You know what? Just literally the thought of him. The thought of him makes me literally want to throw up. He's a fucking nonce. And how she can have anything to do with him in the way that she is beyond me. Yeah, ugh, he's a fucking nonce. I bet any money she's not bought her kids Christmas presents, and they'll both be sat tomorrow all on their own, making up lies. Someone make sure you tape tomorrow. I know people are listening. Someone please tape tomorrow, because they're doing a Jupiter thing or something. You know, she's so delusional. But one lie, and we need to go to town on this fucking bitch. One fucking lie, because she's a cunt. 9 people, and there's 3 talking, so there's 6 watching. So that's Voldemort and Jane. Maybe even Bysel and Gash. Matt Taylor, A1000. There you go. 6 wrongins. Fucking 6 wrongins. Just fucking horrible cunts. Oh, it's gone down now. Oh, you're gone now. You're gone now, Voldemort. I don't know about the rest of you, but I don't believe for a second, 2 days before she's supposed to be putting lies out about Dupes, yeah, that she reckons she's moved. No, too convenient, too fucking
shrooms. I don't know if you can see. I've got a cupboard out here. I forgot to tell you about my chairs. Oh, here I am again in another bear house. No, actually, when I went to the shop the other night, this is absolutely perfect. I've got literally no furniture. I've got no oven. I can't figure out the heating yet. I've got no washing machine. I'm not sure where the fridge is. I suppose the fridge would go there. But for now, this is my office, and we're just going to make it work.
In 1984.
Lurking on the world wide web. Lurking on the world wide web.
Are you coming?
Lurking on the world wide
Waiting to open our
Strange things that happen, you know, stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
lurking on the world wide web. Lurking on the world wide web. Lurking
So people should probably guess I'm not in the UK at the moment, which is why I haven't been doing live streams. I'm away for Christmas in a beautiful country with glorious sunshine. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah? Enjoying myself. Me and Hector having a beautiful holiday. So, we wish you all happy Christmas and a happy new year. I might, if I can, do a live stream just before, I don't know. Maybe I'll do one in between Christmas Day and New Year. But I might not. It'll probably be back in the new year because I am enjoying myself and so is Hector. Take care. So people, as you probably guessed, I'm not in the UK at the moment, which is why I haven't been doing live streams. I'm away for Christmas in a beautiful country with glorious sunshine. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah? Enjoying myself. Me and Hector having a beautiful holiday. So, we wish you all happy Christmas and a happy new year. I might, if I can, do a live stream just before, I don't know, maybe I'll do one in between Christmas Day and New Year, but I might not. It'll probably be back in the new year because I am enjoying myself and so is Hector. Take care.
In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web.
Cause for death.
Blood clots, we're seeing loads of people with unnatural blood clots, like white calamari inside them. The coroners won't talk about it. They just don't seem to want to talk about it. Heart attacks, strokes, cancers. They're not cancers, it's these white clots inside them.
And what do you think they are?
I think it's a result of COVID vaccines. And it's been well documented by people far cleverer than me. And I've been shouting about it for years, but people just don't seem to want to acknowledge it. Mostly people like the coroners, most doctors, government ministers, they won't talk about it. They don't want to know. I've even been to the police station. They don't want to know. They won't even talk to me about it.
And what do these clots look like?
I've got some here if you want to see them.
Yeah, yeah, go for it. Wow. So all of these sort of calamari-looking clots, you've taken them out of people's circulation system.
So there are two types of death. We've got an expected death, where there's no need for a post-mortem, and then we've got an unexpected death. Early on, we were finding them in post-mortem cases. So the way that works is we had a young lad of 30 and he died suddenly, and the family asked us to embalm him. Now, because he'd had a post-mortem, he'd been opened up and chopped about, and then they put all the bits back in and they sew him up. So obviously his circulatory system has been compromised, and when we embalm someone, we use the circulatory system. So the way that works is on a straight case, someone that hasn't had a post-mortem, we call it a straight case, is they make an incision there on the carotid artery, and then we've got an L-shaped nozzle that we pop down the artery, we tie it off with twine, and they pump formaldehyde around the body using that circulatory system, that artery network, and it goes everywhere. And the idea is to get formaldehyde all around your body, and there's a couple of purposes. One is the fluid is pink, so it adds colour back to someone. And number two is it preserves them. It's got like preservative properties, formaldehyde. So it stops the deterioration in the body, stops nature taking its course, and it presents people better. Now, if someone's been chopped about after a post-mortem, clearly you can't do that, because if you picture it, you connect there, it would leak out everywhere where they took all their organs out and put them back in. Because every organ has arteries feeding it and a venous supply, like veins returning. And so this particular young lad, we undid the stitches, we took the organs out, and then you have to manually target all the severed arteries inside the body cavity. And you can see them, and to picture them, it's like cut straws. You know, like you get a McDonald's straw, imagine that cut sitting inside your body in the top of your leg. You can see that's the femoral artery. So you target that, and then you tie the pump to it, you pump fluid down it, and he would move the leg about to get the fluid moving, and you would see his toes go pink as the fluid reached the bottom of the toes. So then you could stop, knowing that the full limb was embalmed, and you go to the next limb. And this lad, when we tried to do this, his femoral artery was blocked. So my embalmer, and he's BIE certified, he's done 24 years, I think now, got the tweezers and pulled this obstruction out to be able to get the pump in. And he's pulled and pulled and pulled, and he's pulled out a clot the entire length of this guy's leg. And I've never ever seen, I mean, I worked for the coroner for 7 years. I've never seen anything like it in anyone before. He's done 20 odd years. He's never seen anything like it before. And we're finding this now constantly inside people that have all been COVID vaccinated. So that's what we're seeing. So I reached out to my local coroner and kind of said, look, I'm really concerned, you know, we've got a young lad of 30 in. We've pulled out about 1/2 pound of this crap out of him. I know you've post-mortemed him. What is it? You know, what is it? We've never seen it before. Do you need samples? Have you got samples? How can we help? You know, no reply at all, firstly, by the email. And I emailed because I wanted a paper trail, because I knew then what was happening. I took a phone call about 4 days later. It was from one of the girls in the office who doesn't work with bodies. They're in the office. And she said, well, we spoke to the pathologist. He said, don't worry. You can dispose of them. It's perfectly natural. It grows post-mortem. So what that means is basically they're saying that when you die, rubber grows throughout your arteries all of a sudden. And it's perfectly normal. Well, I can tell you, having done this job for 18 years, 7 years picking up bits out the road, that isn't normal. That isn't normal. And it's only, and every one of these people was COVID vaccinated. How do I know? Because I meet the family at the point of arrangement and I ask them, I say, was mum COVID vaccinated? And they say, yes. And they tell me. And because the government made such a big thing about you must be vaccinated. If you don't, you're selfish, you're dangerous, you can't work, you can't travel. You're killing people if you don't. People are only too forthcoming then to tell you their vaccine status. And they did get good coverage. A lot of people were vaccinated. These are the people that are dying.
Can I pick one of these up?
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah. No, they're sealed. They're formaldehyde.
I'm just. It's not disrespectful, is it?
No, not at all. This is clinical waste. But these are not normal clots. Usually it's red jelly clots. These are not normal.
And they are like calamari.
Yeah, and they're very rubbery in texture. I wouldn't advise that you get one out and hold it, obviously, but they're very rubbery in texture. They're very tough, and it's very interesting because if you do a search for the drug heparin, that's a blood thinning thing that they use in hospitals to thin blood, and it won't have any effect on this because this is totally different pathology. And John Campbell talked about this extensively with myself and Major Tom Haviland.
I mean, some are really thick.
So this reflects in the size of the vessels that it's growing in. The bigger the vessel, the bigger it's got to grow to block it.
Right.
So the smaller ones are from smaller vessels.
So these clots will keep growing until it fills the space.
Yeah, and then you have a heart attack and die. Right. Or you're diagnosed, or you're short of breath, and you go and he says, oh, you've got stage 4 lung cancer. And it isn't that. It's these growing inside your lungs.
After seeing that, what was it like being a funeral director during the pandemic?
So initially, I was very frightened. You know, I'm an ex-smoker, I'm asthmatic. I was, you know, in my 50s, early 50s. I was frightened. And here we're told, I mean, I first learned about COVID from, I had a family come to see me who had lost someone in the neighbouring borough of Northampton, at Northampton General Hospital. And we serve kind of 30-mile radius, sometimes do Bedford. And they complained that the hospital wouldn't let them see their loved one, which was unusual. So the way that works is wherever there's a mortuary in a hospital, people die on the ward, they take them down to the ward, and then if you contact the bereavement department, they'll arrange for you to be able to do a viewing. So you can go down and they'll lay them out and you can see them at rest, you know, and they don't make much effort. But, you know, you can see mum at peace, if you like, whereas she might have been thrashing about and suffering on the ward prior to death. And it's helped some people. But this family said they requested a viewing, they wouldn't let them have it. So I said, well, don't worry. I said, I'll go to Northampton quickly, because I always do. The next day I went to Northampton, picked this person up. I believe it was a woman. But this was first week of December 2019, right? So, and I happened to mention while I was there, because you get to know the staff, you know. And I said, well, the family said you wouldn't do a viewing. Why? Why is that? And I thought perhaps they were having the room done out or refurbishment or, you know, and he opened the door. He didn't say anything. He just opened the viewing room door. And there was a inflatable pandemic tent in there, filling up most of the room. And it was like a kid's bouncy castle, but with loads of pigeonholes in it that are obviously for bodies. And I knew what it was. I had an idea what it was because I'm in the industry. And I kind of said, what's that for? And he said, oh, we've been told there's something really horrible coming. And he didn't mention the word COVID. But he said, we've been told there's something really horrible coming. And that was when I first knew there was something coming. So what do? I kind of went away and I was like, fuck. Okay. Because I'd never known anything like that before. You know, they don't spend money they ain't got to spend. So I rang my mum and I rang my brother and kind of said, well, I've been told this is coming. And then in January, the news broke. And we were shown pictures of people falling over in China in the streets, dying in the streets. And they made real effort to tell us how terrible it was, and it attacked the lungs, and it was a respiratory thing, and I was really frightened. And the first kind of 12, 16 weeks, I believed it. But then I gradually saw through what I knew was a lie. And that was what started me down the road to realising what was going on. And I think the first thing was, when I cast my mind back, like when I came here, we sat here and, you know, you didn't tell me any question you were going to ask me. We had a chat and a coffee. You didn't brief me on what you were going to say and what answers you wanted. You know, it's kind of flowed naturally, I feel. Well, I had a phone call from the BBC. I had a woman and a bloke cameraman turn up at the funeral home. And they said, we want to talk to you about COVID and the precautions you're taking. And I was happy to do that, you know, because you think you're helping. And we was told there was a COVID, and I believed it. And this couple sat down and they spent about 40 minutes briefing me on every aspect of what they were going to ask me. And I'd never done an interview before. So you go with the flow. If they're telling you to do that and that's what they want, that's what you do. And I bitterly regret it now because all I did was promote their garbage. They made me sit there in like a mask. And I remember at the time being a bit pissed off because I'd bought a mask to keep myself safe and everyone was buying PPE and we were struggling to get it because everyone was panicking. And so we were most at risk. And here I am fucking wasting a glove and an apron for a photo shoot thing, you know, but that was what they wanted. And, you know, I was trying to tell people, you know, make sure you're careful. Yeah, there is a COVID. And that's what we was told. And then in about March, April time, I took a phone call from a guy, John, and this was when it really started falling apart. So the first thing was there were no more deaths than normal. It was a regular death rate, but we were picking up people they'd labelled as COVID, but no more of them than normal. So the numbers weren't any different. And then I took a phone call from this guy called John, and he said to me, "Hi, my name's John." He said, "I'm working for a government-sponsored company." So one of the government ministers had this company that he'd set up, like they did with the PPE and everything else, and it was called Pandemic Resilience. And his job was to ring round, he explained himself, he said, "My job is to ring round all of the funeral directors as part of the pandemic response." And I was like, "Okay, what do you need to know? You know, and he said, "I need to know what your capacity is, first of all, how many you can hold." And I told him, and he said, "I need to know who you've picked up, where from, and how many are COVID. Every week, I'm going to ring on a Monday," he said. "Every Monday, I'm going to ring you." And I was like, fine. And I would give him that info, and he'd ring up every Monday. And almost straight away, he started steering me. And by that, I mean, I would say, because I knew that he would ring, I was trying to find out the information to give it to him. So normally I would liaise with the family. I wouldn't ask any questions about COVID or anything like that, because that was pre-COVID. But I was finding out who was COVID, who weren't. Was there a doctor present? Was there a test done? You know, and the circumstances, because I knew this guy would ring on a Monday, and then I could reel off to him. Well, I've picked up Jimmy and Tom and the things about it. So this was at a time when the doctors had stopped attending deaths. And we was told that was to protect the NHS, weren't we? And all the doctors were sitting at home with an headset on, working down the phone for a COVID payment on double money. So they were quite happy to do that, you know. And this guy started steering me straight away, and I would say to him, right, I picked up a guy from Kent's Care Home, right, and I think it's got 90 beds in this particular care home. And I said he'd been there 5 years. I've liaised with the staff at the point of collection. They told me he was an onset dementia patient. He'd been there 5 years. I then met the family on the Monday, and they confirmed he was there 5 years. He had onset dementia. There was no doctor in attendance. There was no COVID test done. He wasn't COVID. And straight away, he would insist he had to put him down as a COVID death. And I was like, what do you mean, John? I've just told you. And I remember it got my back up a little bit, because here we are trying to make a pandemic response, and he's fucking the figures. He's lying. And I'm telling him, and I've made the effort, and I'm frightened, and I'm telling him the truth, and he's not listening. And he's openly admitting he's going to put it down as a COVID death. And I said, well, why? And he said to me, they've been told that in this 90-bed care home, there was one positive test for COVID. And that person then went on to die. Didn't die from COVID, just gave a positive test. So they were under instruction that everyone from that day onwards was to be put as a COVID death, regardless of what they died from. And I remember sitting there and thinking, you're having a fucking laugh. What's the point in that? And this went on throughout 2020, everyone they possibly could. And they were paying out big money for every time COVID went on a death certificate. They were getting thousands of pounds, the hospital. So what do you think went on every death certificate? COVID. I had families that were told they would get money towards the funeral if they could put COVID on the death certificate. Unbelievable. Fucking mental. Why would you do that if it wasn't just a push to convince people of COVID? And this went on throughout 2020. And by October, this guy openly admitted to me on the phone, he said, I don't know why I'm doing this job. Everyone is saying the same thing. There are no COVID deaths. That's what the guy openly admitted to me. And then he said, I'm not going to be calling no more. There's no need. Well, this was back in October of 2020, before they'd even rolled the jabs out. So Rainer Fulmick put it perfectly on Reflection, where the jabs were never about COVID. COVID was about the jabs and convincing the people of the need for these jabs. So there was no more funerals in 2020 than any other year, but there was loads of COVID deaths. So of course, come January 2021, everyone's lining up to be saved by a fucking non-existent illness. And I was washing and dressing them the whole way through. The whole way through, every one of them. I had funeral directors sending families to me because they was going to these funeral directors and saying, well, I lost my mum over a Zoom call. I really would like to spend some time with her. And they were all like, no washing, no dressing. I was calling Catholic priests who wouldn't even come and bless a closed fucking coffin. And in the end, I'd ring, they'd say, please ring them, please. It means everything. They'd hang up on me. As soon as my phone, they'd pick up the phone, they'd hear it was me, and they would hang up because they knew I'd be asking them to come and bless a closed fucking coffin. That's men of God, and they were Catholic priests. So, and I washed and dressed them all throughout 2020, I never wore a mask because I couldn't fucking breathe in a mask.
So do you not believe in COVID at all?
I believe there was something that was hospitalising people, being that perhaps, and don't get me wrong, I've had the insight to be very privileged position to sit at some very influential meetings with some very clever people, politicians included. Now, I believe there was something that was hospitalising people, and the rest was then done with malfeasance in the hospitals. Now, what I would like your listeners to do is cast their mind back to 2020, 2021. What was the only antiviral treatment they would offer a COVID patient? Was a drug called remdesivir, right? So I want people to Google common side effects or side effects of remdesivir and just have a look at the results. There will be loads of results come up. One of them is a website called drugs.com, and it's kind of layman terms. It breaks it down. Difficulty breathing, wheeziness, tight chest. Why would you give that to a respiratory patient unless you were trying to generate COVID deaths? That's what they were doing. They were doing it because that was government policy, was the only drugs they were allowed to administer was remdesivir. Have a look at the common side effects of remdesivir. Have a look for yourself. You can Google it on your phone. Tell me if you think it's conducive to the recovery in a respiratory patient. You then put them on ventilation, right? People that didn't even need ventilating were put on a ventilator because they were paid to do that. And then what the ventilator does is it overfills the lungs, tears the lungs, and makes that condition worse. And now, as a funeral director, when I was picking up these COVID patients, they all had the same story, right? Mum never went into hospital with COVID. She went in with a water infection, and then they spam tested her in there until they got a positive result and moved her on the COVID ward. She was asymptomatic, and then they gave her the drugs to make her better, even though she weren't fucking ill. They gave her remdesivir, and they ventilated her, and she went and died COVID. That's what they were doing. And I was picking these people up that they labelled as COVID deaths, and their body bags were kind of half filled with edema, with fluid. And I'd never, ever seen that before. And I remember before I fully cottoned on thinking, fucking hell, what is this COVID doing that's doing that? And I've since found out. So I was taking them out the bag, draining the fluid off, taking these people out and washing them and dressing them, because that's what people should have been doing at the hospital. And they let these people down massively. And they had people standing on doorsteps clapping for them. It's fucking insane. I'm never going to stand on a doorstep and clap for the NHS, ever. I know what they were doing. And I've been in a COVID ward and watched it happen, right? So these people, they were so bloated, they were filled up with fluid, and I couldn't understand why. And they, to the point where they'd be crying yellow tears out of every orifice, out of their ears and nose and mouth, and all bloated. And even though I'd be really gentle with them, pulling them across, you'd leave handprints in their arms because they're so full of edema. It's the remdesivir, because the remdesivir kills their kidneys, so their bodies can't process fluid. So they fill up with fluid and they drown, and there's your respiratory illness.
And so, is this what you were telling the public when you was making videos?
Yeah, 100%. I've been shouting for 4 years now. When I first started shouting, people all said that I was mad. And don't forget, it's a story that's unfolded as it's gone along. So up until kind of midway through 2020, I knew there wasn't really a COVID. And I because I wasn't dying, and there were no more numbers than normal, and they were faking the figures. This guy admitted to me they were faking the figures. Why were they doing that? I couldn't understand why. And then they rolled out the jabs. And before they rolled out the jabs, I kind of cottoned on what was going to happen. And I've openly said on my Facebook account, I said, wait till they roll the jabs out. You're going to see what they call another wave. And that's exactly what happened. The moment they put needles in people, they all started falling over and dying. And the death rate from January the 6th, they started vaccinating. And straight away it went through the roof. And it was all the age groups of the people they were vaccinating. So they started, didn't they, with the 70s and 80-year-old, the people that are most vulnerable, the ones that are going to die. And they did fucking die. They died because they were euthanized with these fucking toxic vaccines. And then as they went down the age groups and they did the 60s, it's only the most vulnerable. Oh, no, we're going to do the 60s. It's only the 60s. Oh, no, it's the 50s. No, the 40s. Well, if you're over 30, you should have it. And they kept moving the goalposts, didn't they? Well, as they did, and as they injected these people, it was that age group that was dying. It was undeniable. And don't forget, I've been doing this job for 18 years now. I know who should fucking die and in what number. I know it was these vaccines that have been killing people. And then roll on halfway through 2021, I'm finding all these unnatural blood clots inside them. So I know. So in September of 2021, I took a phone call, and it was from a guy called Mark Sexton. He's a retired police constable. And I'd been very vocal by then. I was warning people. I was pleading with people, please don't take them, because I'm seeing people that are dying. And they were all saying I was fucking mad and I was dangerous. And all my friends dropped me like a shitty stick. None of them believed me, because there was so much effort made, wasn't there? Boris Johnson was on the telly. And I've got people that work in sheet metal telling me I don't know who's dying, when I'm putting people in coffins for a living. You know, when you're like, why would I do that? Why would I jeopardize my own fucking business, my successful business, to say that? Why would I do it? It doesn't make any sense. Why would I lie? Nobody can coin. I was invited to a meeting in Westminster at a place called Birdcage Walk. In Westminster, really swanky place. I sat at this table, I'm not kidding, it was about like that, solid oak, in this boardroom, great big boardroom, great big table, maybe 40 foot long, enough for like 20 people around it. And at this meeting, there were a number of people that I'd never met. I'd heard of a few of them. Was Professor Dolores Cale, Dr. Tess Laurie, Dr. Sukrit Bhakdi was there via a Zoom link at the end. Francis Tor, the barrister, Dr. Sam White, Dr. Stephen Frost, Philip Hyland, the barrister, Anna de Bisseret, the lawyer, bless her, she's a lovely girl, and others were there. There was about 18 there in total. Some of them, 3 or 4 were there virtually, or 5, maybe even more, but about 18 in total. And the guy at the end, it was supposed to be, and was cited, it was personal reasons, but the one that was in attendance was a guy called Sir Graham Brady. Now, Sir Graham, I wasn't that familiar with politics, and I was never down any kind of rabbit holes. And in fact, I've had many vaccines over the years. I went and had a pneumonia vaccine when they announced COVID, because we were told it would kill us with pneumonia. So I went and I paid privately to have it, and my missus to protect us, because we're handling the disease. But this particular minister was Sir Graham Brady. Now, Sir Graham at the time was what's called the commissioner of something called the 1922 Committee. You can Google it, and it tells you all about him. But it's basically a group of men and women, senior politicians that sit in the shadows, and they hire and fire prime ministers. So they select prime ministerial candidates, and they then get rid of them when they think they've run their course. So he hired and fired Boris, Liz Truss, and Rishi Sunak, you know, they hire and fire them all. And this guy, there's no one more senior than this guy. Now, we went round the table. So Graham was actually sitting there and I sat next to him. I actually spoke first. I knew what I had to say and I'd abbreviated it into like 5 minutes because you're told that time is of the essence. You know, ministerial time is really important. So I said what I needed to say, and I said that they'd faked a load of deaths, and the moment needles went in, I saw people dying, you know, from the jabs. And then I listened as it went round the table, and I listened to the barristers and the professors and the people that were expert in their field. And I couldn't believe what I was listening to. They said how these people would die, what the mechanisms would be. They said about the cancers, and they said about the heart attacks and the clotting, and they went into real detail about how it was going to happen. And I kept looking at this Sir Graham Brady because I can multitask and I'm a people person. You know, I worked on the door 7 years. So his reaction to me was more telling than what they were saying, because I could tell he knew. He fucking knew. He was sat there ashen-faced, mortified, and we all went to this meeting thinking, oh, at last someone's listening, you know? And he went to report back. They knew. And he openly admitted it's way, way above my pay grade. I can't do anything to stop it.
This is also above my pay grade.
Yeah.
But I'll be very interested to see and hear what people are saying in the comments section, because a lot of people are very, very into this. I mean, was you considered a conspiracy theorist?
No. I went and got a vaccine, a pneumonia vaccine in, I'll tell you when it would have been. It would have been about January or February of 2020. Because we were told that's how it was killing people, from pneumonia. And I didn't want to get pneumonia, so I went and paid privately to have it done. I didn't get a COVID vaccine because it wasn't available then, but I went and got a pneumonia vaccine that they only usually give to the elderly. You know, and I did that to protect myself. I've had every jab there is.
And have people tried to silence your voice?
Yeah, so there's a number of ways. One was they tried to buy me first. So I took a call... an email, from a girl called Yvonne Myers, who said she was from RT News.
So can I just cut in there and just say, before you go on, just to give some context at home, because there'll be people that are very familiar with you, and there'll be people that won't be, because we always reach a different new audience every single week with every interview. So during lockdown, I would always see you in WhatsApp groups making videos, warning people of what you're seeing from your perspective.
Yeah.
So you was a familiar face certainly on my phone, and a lot of people I knew.
Yeah.
But I didn't see you on social media, so I'm just wondering, did they?
Because they shut me down as soon as I started saying anything about it, and it was very interesting because for me the journey, social media censorship-wise, started on YouTube. So I had a YouTube account. I love history. I love YouTube because it's full of documentaries, biographies, history, and I would watch it late at night. Now I'm a night owl, and the reason for that is because I used to go and work at pubs and clubs, so I'd get home 4 in the morning, in half 4. I ping, I'm wide awake, I'm still buzzing, I'm watching documentaries. So I'm watching YouTube, and this is at a time when COVID had been rolled out, and I couldn't help but seeing the COVID posts because they were spamming vaccine, get your vaccine, have an Uber, have a pizza on us, you know, tickets for a raffle, anything to get people to have a jab, and the terrors of COVID. And I was seeing these posts, and I dipped into one, and I looked at it, and I thought, well, that's not what I'm seeing as a funeral director. And I said, you know, in honesty, I'm a funeral director. That's not what I'm seeing. And I left it there, and it lets you know when you get a like. So somebody liked it, then somebody else liked it, and somebody else liked it, and there was a few comments, and then somebody said, you're not a funeral director, you're a keyboard. You reach a crossroads, don't you? You got two ways that you can go. You can think this could be damn one step back, don't you? And say, no, fuck it, I'll leave it there. Well, I said, well, actually, I am a funeral director. www.mkff after that comment. Literally, yeah. For me, identifying myself, just saying that's not what I'm seeing. I am a funeral director, and this is me. So then, of that level, telling the truth, I know who's fucking dying. I know who's dying. picked up 10 packets of calamari. These are people that have died full of this crap that I've never seen in 18 years I've been doing this job. What kind of guy would I be if I saw this and ignored it and thought, well, I'll wait for someone else to say something?
What about platforms like Facebook and Twitter?
No, Facebook banned me straight away. Yeah, oofed me straight out. And I remember being gutted at the time. So I've always been a PC gamer in my spare time. Love playing PC games. Many guys will resonate, Call of Duty and first-person shooters. I had a VR headset, Oculus, and that was tied into the Facebook account. I had about 500 quid's worth of games on there. And because they'd banned my Facebook account, it deactivates and deletes all the software on the... Yeah, so they closed my account and knocked off all the software on me just because I'd spoken out and said they're not dying from COVID. I know what they're dying. I know what they're dying from. I know what they're... But it rather than it put me off or silence me, it spurred me on because I can tell you now, you sit there and put fucking murder victims in coffins and I don't know what's worse. Some of the families know, and that's heartbreaking because not only have they lost their mum, but they know their mum's been betrayed by the state and murdered by the state. But then for the ones that don't know and they genuinely feel, oh, mum's just had a heart attack at 32, you know, and if you've got a 3-year-old kid putting handprints on the coffin, it's fucking heartbreaking when you know what they've died from. And I'm pulling this crap out and then I'm reaching out to the coroner and they don't want to know. And then I've been to the police station. I went to the police station, Thames Valley Police, right? And I've said to the desk sergeant, I said, I'm a local funeral director. I run a funeral home in Emerson Valley. I've been doing it for a long time. I've got real concerns about a number of deaths of people in my care. Can I speak to an officer, please? That's as much as I said. So he went upstairs, he spoke to his gaff, and he's come back downstairs totally disinterested. Won't even sit and listen to what I've got to say. And he said, sit down there and wait. 3 hours, me and Mark Sexton waited in Thames Valley Police in Milton Keynes. And then he said, no, there's no one to see you, and sent us home. What does an undertaker have to do to raise concerns about people that are in his care that clearly have died from not natural causes? That's so as a funeral director, I have a responsibility. Any concerns I have over a death, I have to raise those concerns. So let me explain. If I went down the hospital and I picked someone up and I got them home and I rolled them during the course of dressing them and there's a knife hanging out their back or a big puncture wound, I have to raise those concerns. I have to do it for 2 reasons. One, I have a legal obligation to do it. I have to do it by law. If I don't, I'm breaking the law, not reporting that. Number 2, I have a moral obligation as a decent fucking human being. Why would you not raise those concerns? Here are people I'm pulling unnatural clots out of, and they're not interested. They're actively hiding it, which tells me they are complicit.
Are there any other undertakers that are
loads? I've got loads, yeah. I can give you the email addresses of them. Most of them are American side and Canada side, but I've spoken to loads personally. I had one woman ring me up very early on, and they run 7 funeral homes down south. She wouldn't come out openly and say it, though, publicly, because they're frightened about the effects it'll have on their business. And don't get me wrong, when I first started speaking out, of course, they slagged me to fuck. They discredited me in the thing. Of course, people are going, oh, that's the conspiracy theorist undertaker. It would have cost me money. But that was a thing I was prepared to do. I was prepared to do it because the alternative is for me to be complicit and not say fuck all. And I'm not willing to do that when there's people who are dying. Women, children, babies are fucking dying. I've had midwives ring me up who see the clots in the placentas. And the babies are born early and they're born sick. And look at the birth rate. Look at the birth rate. It's fucking biblically plummeted because they vaccinated all these mothers who have lost their kids. There's a guy called Dr. Luke McClendon, right? So Dr. Luke McClendon was the head of fertility at the Mater Hospital in Australia. You can Google him and find it and look it up. And he keeps the figures and the numbers, right? So the number of women that miscarry naturally is between 5 and 14%. And that's just, people don't often talk about it. You know, it's not something people discuss, baby deaths. It's a time when most families want to be alone, left alone to grieve quietly. But he'd kept the numbers and he'd noticed that vaccinated mothers, 76% of COVID vaccinated mothers lost their babies. 76, 3/4 of them. So he raised the alarm. What did they do? Did they thank him and say, well done, you've raised it? No, they fucked him straight off. They got rid of him. And I spoke to Luke McClendon to confirm who he was and what he'd said. And it's a real thing. It's a real thing. Senator Robert MacDonald in the Australian Parliament openly discussed it. The birth rate's gone down 67% in Australia. They are thinning the grass. What would you do if you were having a cold? There's two things you do. One is you sterilise the kids. And number two, you bump people off. And that's what they're doing. I watched that Professor Bell from Oxford University, and he was talking to a very well-known newscaster, and he was discussing the jabs, and he didn't know that he was live. He thought they were recording. And he openly admitted between 60 and 70% of the kids that are having these jabs are sterilised. They won't be able to have children. Grasp it, grab it, because it is a real thing. The footage is out there to be found in the ether. So, and that correlates perfectly with what I've been told and people that I've spoken to. That's what's happening. And the baby deaths were being hidden as well. And it's very interesting the way it works. So what would happen with baby deaths? Normally, parents would lose a child, be it preterm or full term. They would liaise with the bereavement department, right? The bereavement department would then give them a list of accredited funeral directors that are local. Now, any decent funeral director will never charge a family for the death of a child. We don't. I do it free. I'll even buy that kid's coffin out of my own pocket. And that's on my website. You can go and have a look. And in fact, I had a family in this week that have lost a child. They won't be charged a penny. I will pay everything because I won't profit from the death of a child. So I'm hearing about all these baby deaths, and there's a funeral director called Wesley, right? And what I want you guys to do is do a search for Wesley, funeral director, baby deaths. And if you do it, you'll find his video he's done. And he talks extensively about the number of baby deaths that he's seeing. So many that they're having to put them in the adult fridges, and they're putting 2 and 3 to a tray. And this was throughout 2021 and 2022. In COVID vaccinated, they were losing their babies in massive numbers. And the way it works usually is they would give these bereaved parents a list of funeral directors. They would then contact the funeral directors, and we would arrange a funeral. That stopped. I was hearing about all these babies dying, but no parents are getting in touch. And I was thinking, well, what the fuck can they do? And then I was going down the crematorium, and there's a notice board in the waiting room, right? So this notice board, it's a public notice board, so it's public information. And it has a list of who the deceased is, the time of the funeral, the chapel, and who the arranging funeral director is. So if I did John Smith's and it was a 3 o'clock, it would say John Smith's funeral, it's a 3 p.m. in the Oak Chapel, and the arranging funeral director is Milton Keynes Family Funeral Services. There's loads of babies now on there, and do you know who the arranging client is? The local hospital. So the hospitals are dealing directly with the crematorium for baby deaths. They're cutting out the funeral directors altogether now, because if there was a huge surge in baby deaths, funeral directors would know because the phone would be ringing. But if they're arranging these funerals directly with crematoriums, anyway, I spoke to a guy who worked there who no longer does, and he said they were sending vans down the hospital and picking 6 and 8 babies up at a time. They're hiding it, and the way they hide it is doing that.
Cutting out the middleman.
Yeah, of course. Well, if you think about it logically, if these women have been poisoned with these COVID jabs and they've lost those babies and they've also then been sterilised in the process, because that's what's happened, there are no babies now being conceived. So the death rate from babies is going to look fairly normal now because they can't get pregnant anymore. So initially, they vaccinate these women and the baby deaths would surge, and then because they're all fucking sterilised, the death rate comes down because you can only lose a baby if you get pregnant.
Have you had anybody invite you onto a talk show to debate you?
I'm happy to debate them. So another thing that happened, right, in December of 2021, I took a phone call, right, and I've had loads of people call me of all different, all of the big ones, and I would speak to anyone. I don't look at anyone as more important than, this is an attack on humanity. So I would talk to someone who's working from their bedroom and who's got an audience of 10. There's still 10 people I might save. So I took a phone call from a guy who told me he was from British intelligence, right? And usually I would go, oh yeah, and I'm fucking Batman, thank you. But I listened to this guy, and he was really compelling. He was an older guy, and he was up for retirement, but he hadn't retired. They'd asked him to stay on, obviously, because there is a need for it, isn't there, in these times that we're going through. And he said, everything you've said is true, is right. He said, and also you are a person of interest. You'll be targeted. And you know, I was going in every day. I was opening the door with my elbow and emptying the kettle. What do you do? Those are the messages, and he's seen me and he's told me. So anyway, 3-4 weeks later, I fell ill. And I got really, really breathless to the point where I had to call an ambulance. My SATs went down to 78%. And I've been in touch with a lot of doctors because lots of doctors know me and lots of doctors have reached out and they've admitted it to me, what's going on. Anyway, I got took to hospital. I went into triage and this was end of December 2021. And it was empty. There was no one else in that triage, none. No one there. I've never seen it empty. And this was at a time when they were reporting saying how overrun they are with COVID. There was no one in there. I got sore straight away. That's how overrun they were, right? So anyway, the girl said, I want to do a PCR test. I said, I ain't doing a PCR test because by then I knew the damage they were doing with them. And she said, well, lateral flow and you can spit on it. And all right then. So I spat on, did 3 lateral flow tests in the machine they have there. She said, no, you're negative, COVID negative on all of them. You haven't got COVID. And I said, I think I've been burnt or poisoned. She said, well, we're going to put you on a COVID ward anyway. And then I knew, because I'd had this conversation with this British intelligence guy. I knew what was going to happen. And I even knew what treatment they would offer me. So the following morning, a guy sat on the bed. I don't know who that consultant was. He was a white guy, about 55, good-looking guy, tanned, you know, typical consultant. And he said to me, I'm here to save your life from COVID, you know. And I was like, okay. I said, and I was on oxygen. I weren't on ventilation because I didn't need it. And they'd offered me ventilation and tried to coerce me into agreeing to have it. And I was like, no, I don't need it. I've got a bit of oxygen. I feel all right. I don't need it. And he said, I'm here to save your life. And I said, well, how are you going to do that? I said, because I ain't got COVID. I've had 3 of your tests. These are the tests that you're putting people on palliative care and locking them in fucking side rooms, starving them to death and filling them full of midazolam and morphine. And he said, well, we just want to be sure. And I said, okay. I said, and tell me how you're going to do that then. I said, and while you do that, tell me the clinical benefits to me as a respiratory patient. I'll have a look at what remdesivir does to me, the side effects. Oh, look, difficulty breathing, wheeziness, tight chest, kidney function, liver function. Well, and he just got up and he fucking shot off like a rat because he knew that I knew what I was on about. So anyway, and I never saw that guy again. He didn't come back. He knew that I knew, and he was ashamed. You could see the shame in his face because I knew what he was trying to do. So anyway, about 3-4 hours later, I had a really gaunt, skinny woman appear. She was painfully thin and she was real agitated. You know when they can't look at your floor, ceiling, anywhere but your eyes. And she sat down on their bed and have a guess what she said? I'm here to save your life from COVID. Exact same line, like it's out of a book of coercement. Do you know that they've got to follow that a template?
Do you think they're aware?
They fucking know. They know.
You don't think they're just following orders?
No, they fucking know. They're chased the money and followed government policy, and they've seen the outcomes in these people, and they're fucking in up to there now. They're in up to there, and they've got the commitment of a Japanese soldier. They're in up to there because they're complicit now. It's too late for them. So I kind of said to her, I said, well, have you had a look at my notes? I said, I ain't got COVID. I said, I've had 3 of your tests. These are the tests you're putting people on palliative care on the back of. We just want to be sure. Same bullshit. So I said, well, what are you going to do? I said, how are you going to save me from COVID I haven't got? I said, and she said, we want to offer you 2 drugs, right? Now, I want your people that are listening to write down the drugs. One of them is called baricitinib. 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 And the other one, it was called tocilizumab. So tocilizumab, and Google will auto-spell it. But if you do side effects for both, have a guess what the common side effects of both of these drugs are. Wheeziness, tight chest, difficulty breathing. Why would you give someone who's clearly a respiratory patient drugs that will make it harder to breathe? And why would you then pay out vast amounts for everyone that went down as a COVID death? What do you think that's going to do? It's going to generate COVID deaths. They're only doing what they're told. If you Google remdesivir to treat COVID, they'll still be throwing it out now. It's under a different brand name in America, and I can't remember what the brand name is, but it's there. They'll put remdesivir in, whoever they can put it in. And if you know the history of remdesivir, the history under Anthony Fauci is this. So he went into Africa, right, Anthony Fauci, and he sourced and PCR tested African babies, asymptomatic. Sound familiar? African babies. They weren't showing any symptoms, but they were PCR testing for Ebola this time. And then he was treating them with remdesivir. 53% of these babies died from multiple organ failure after being given the medicine. Asymptomatic babies. So that was the test run with remdesivir, was in Africa, where life is cheap. And they don't give a fuck about them. You know, they've exploited them for decades, centuries, haven't they? And that was where they did the test runs.
So what do you think the ultimate goal is? To
cutting the grass. It's all about cutting the grass and getting us to accept draconian tyranny and legislation that limit where we can go and what we can do.
When you say trim the grass, what do you mean?
That's how they refer to us. So for them to say that they're having a cull is too distasteful. And I've been told this by very eminent people.
Reducing the population?
Yes, reducing the population. It's called cutting the grass. So when the grass gets too long, you cut the grass. Because it's a more pleasant way of discussing it. And it's dehumanizing it, isn't it? You know, that's what they refer to it too. Look at Agenda 2030. Look at the Kalergi plan. These are real things. And I never believed it. I would have never believed it until I'd sat there in Westminster and listened to this guy when we all said what we said, and he said it's way above my pay grade and I can't stop it. If I was Graham Brady, who is now King's Privy Council, so clearly crime does pay, he's been promoted. He's now King's Privy Council. How can they not have picked out his phone straight away and said, I'm sitting here with 18 people who know, stop these jabs, we need to talk to them and find out. Why didn't he do that? Because it was way, way above his pay grade. That's the guy that hire and fire prime ministers. So if you're sitting there thinking Starmer's in charge, he's not in charge. There is no democracy. It doesn't matter who it is. It's two cheeks of the same arse. They do what they're told to do. Every decision Starmer makes. Let me tell you, Keir Starmer is widely regarded as a village idiot. He's a village idiot. He has no fucking brain whatsoever. Actually, he's somewhere on the spectrum of mildly autistic. He does what he's told to do. He's a communist. He's really easily influenced. He does what he's told to do. That's the reality of who our Prime Minister is. They don't run the country. They do what they're told to do. And that's what he's going to... He's going to come out with more and more outrageous shit. And the reason is they're desperate for civil unrest. They need civil unrest to step up their plan and start rounding more and more people up. Why do you think they're locking up white British people for shouting at police dogs and police horses? Because that's the plan. That's the plan. We are being replaced. And I would have never, ever believed it until I stumbled across... I took one phone call, right, from a guy from the Black Watch Regiment. And he told me that they're training these young lads in Antalya, in Turkey, and the east of Ukraine. And this would have been back, probably 2022, some point. I've took so many phone calls, it's overload. But he said they're down to sergeant ranks and they ship them to France. They sign the Official Secrets Act before they're let on the boat. These people are paid soldiers. They're paid UN soldiers and they're ferried here and they plonk them all around the country, don't they? All in strategic locations. In fact, who was it? The idiot ginger-haired girl, Raina, is it? She openly said, everyone's going to have their share. Well, of course they are, because what they want is these people, these young lads are going to create as much resentment and civil unrest and mayhem as they possibly can. And the idea is to create the need to get rid of them. And I think we would all agree on that. Everyone is desperate to see the back of them. Well, what happens when you try and get rid of these people? Who jumps on it straight away? The human rights lawyers. So they're going to tout that the only way to get rid of these people is for human rights reform and us leaving what's called the ECHR, the European Court of Human Rights. And life is going to become so unpleasant and so distasteful and so violent and unsafe in this country with these young lads they're bringing in, people are going to beg for human rights law reform to get rid of them. Not actually realising that when they do so, they don't only remove these young lads' human rights, but ours as well. And then under this 5G network, they're going to announce bird flu or disease X. And Bill Gates sat there, didn't he? Stifling laughter as he said, you'll take notice of the next one. And then they're going to mandate the cure. And people that are dropping like flies, and they will drop like flies because that tech is designed to do that, and they're full of graphene oxide. It's going to happen. And then they'll mandate, and you will have no human rights to say no. Why do you think you could turn down the COVID vaccine? Because you've got human rights. So if you forfeit those human rights, what rights have you got to say no?
Since your revelation during lockdown, has it completely taken over your life?
Yeah, I would say probably yes. Yeah, probably yes. And more, I think mostly because I realised the gravity of the situation. One of the things, and don't get me wrong, I've often sat, why am I sitting here now? Because I've obviously resonated with you. And you obviously see what is going on and want to know more and want to spread that message out. I've spoke to some people that I never thought I would ever speak to. I've spoke to politicians, police officers, the military. I've had 4 peers get in touch with me in the last 3, 4, 5 months. In the last 20 weeks, I've had 4 separate peers. The last one was actually this morning, who's asked me to reach out to him to have a chat with him. They know what's going on. They know there's a coup going on, a coup d'etat. And they say it's the communists, and Keir Starmer is a communist.
I mean, I've got to think, what would be in it for you to be delivering misinformation?
To be honest with you,
where's the mileage in it for you?
I cannot wait to get back to just being me. Now, some speakers, I've had people ring up to me and they've said, oh yeah, we pay a speaker's fee and we pay this and we pay that. And I understand everyone has to earn a crust. I'm very fortunate in that I've still got a business to run and I've still got an income, because we're all slave to the moneylender. You know, all these muppets that say slavery ended 250 years ago. Have a look at your direct debits and tell me you're not a slave. Or stop working and then let me know what happens to you. You'll lose everything, because we are slaves. We are slaves. That's what we are. I've come to realise that. Now, I don't understand why people would think that I would jeopardise a really good business. Why would I jeopardise a business? Why would I alienate all my friends? If COVID was a real thing and I'm a funeral director putting these people in coffins, why would I not get vaccinated? Why was the uptake for a COVID booster in the NHS recently, 71% of them said no thank you? Why do people think that is? People on the front line. Why do people think that people like cardiologists like Asim Malhotra, Dr. Mohammed Adil, Dr. Stephen Frost, Dr. Tess Lorry, Professor Dolores Cale, Dr. Mike Yeadon, the former vice CEO of Pfizer, is openly declaring it is a bioweapon. It was developed for that. But people can't believe it. And the reason for that is the effort that's been made, the media. And fundamentally, most people are good. You get arseholes in all walks of life. You know that. I know that. But most people are not wicked, evil people. Most people, if you said to them, go and poison a couple of kids for us, they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it. But these people will. They look at us as grass. We are grass. And they want to cut the grass.
Is your wife behind you?
Yeah, she is. She's very frightened. And it puts, of course, it puts great pressure on a marriage, don't it? Because it's fucking depressing and it's misery. And I'm so committed to, because once you understand what's going on, you realise it's a numbers game. And I want them pulled out of government, and I want to see a new government in with a moral compass that actually has the people at heart. I want to see these criminals, the people that pushed this and made money, held accountable and stand trial in Nuremberg. That's what I'd like.
And is there a particular platform, say Jordan Peterson, Piers Morgan, is there a particular platform you'd love to appear on?
I would speak to any of them, and I would love them to prove me wrong, and I would love them to explain away what my experience has been as a funeral director and having lain on a COVID ward watching them. I mean, one guy, I was laying on a bed on a COVID ward, right? There was only 3 of us in that 4-bedroom. And the guy over here, they were both on CPAP because they believed the bullshit they were fed because they didn't know what I knew. So they took the remdesivir, and I listened to these two at night time. This guy was saying, nurse, nurse. And she was taking him, fuck, would you give someone who cannot breathe morphine? It's insane. It's insanity. And I've yet to have a single medical professional, it was a good idea. This was a guy in his 50s. He wasn't terminally ill. He took the poison and it was killing him. That's the reality. And like I say, went on, and they should be ashamed of themselves. And the worst thing is, the most psychotic, satanic thing is, they actually had people clapping on doorsteps, banging pots and pans in zeros, these people were, while they were murdering their fucking loved ones in COVID wards. It's unbelievable. But there we are. That's what we are. Now, how could I possibly ignore that? Is it something where I could say, oh, well, I won't get involved? No, I can't. I can't do that. I can't be complicit because what they've done is a biblical evil. Have a rest in peace. And, do you know, when I pass, I'll walk back into the light and I'll be back down here as soon as I can in another body to get back at them again. Because what they've done is unforgivable.
But do you think that a lot of people within the NHS were all psyoped into believing it?
Oh, of course they were. Of course they were. We've got lots of people good people doing really bad things. Why did doctors do it? For money. They were getting £10 a jab, that's free, giving out COVID jabs, following government policy. Who wouldn't do that? But my argument is this, is when you see the outcome in your patients, I mean, if you're in general practice, right, and you have an allotted amount of these record numbers of cancers appearing in patients, and there are record numbers of myocardia appearing in the patients, especially youngsters, you know something is wrong. Why are you keeping that secret? Why do you continue to administer and promote these jabs, knowing the outcomes in these patients? Nurses on the wards giving respiratory patients remdesivir and watching the outcome as they fade and die. Why would you do that and continue to do it? And if you had a secret, right, and you knew what was going on and you kept that secret, how long would you keep that secret for before you're complicit in the crime? Is it a week? Is it a month? Could you get away with standing up in court and say, well, it was 6 months because I didn't want to lose my job? And these people are 3-4 years in now. They've been paid money. They're in up to there. And I don't doubt they're being reminded of that. In fact, on my blower, I could show you a list of over 100 nurses who have reached out to me and left their details as well. Some of them have cried down the phone. Some of them have told me they're surrounded by psychopaths who laughed and mocked people falling over as they were jabbed. And if these girls with a conscience have left the NHS, and most of them have, who does that leave in there? The fucking sociopaths, the nutcases who want to play God and who will administer things like remdesivir and midazolam. And it's care homes. I go to care homes. Loads of them have told me what's been going on. The district nurse comes, they vaccinate them. They take bets on who's going to die.
Have you had any prominent figures online challenge you?
No, none. I would love to speak to them. I'd love to have Graham Brady sitting here to call me a liar. You can check with Dolores Cahill, Tess Laurie, Dr. Stephen Frost, Dr. Sam White, all of them. They were all there at the meeting. Every one of them heard what I heard.
Has anybody challenged you?
No, none of them will. In fact, when I came out of hospital, because I discharged myself, despite being told I'd die without their medicine, yeah, here I am. It's a miracle.
So no one's challenged you, but yet you've been silenced on platforms.
Well, I had they've tried 3 or 4 different things. So I've had a number of young women over the last 2 years contact me and just DM me, want to get to know me. You know, I followed you, and I want a cup of coffee and this, that, and I'm not fucking stupid. I'm not stupid. I had one girl, Yvonne Myers from RT News. Right, this was in 2021. She contacted me and said, I've listened to your story. It's really compelling. Here at RT News, we've got a global audience and we would like to get your story as an exclusive. And we want to do 3 or 4 episodes. And for that, we'll tie you in contractually and we'll pay you $85,000, right? So she offered me $85,000 for my story. They'll then tout that to networks. And for that, they'll get 85 grand, basically. But an exclusive, so I can't talk to anyone else. So what are they going to do? They take my story, what I've just told you, they tout that out. Nobody was going to ever show it. The BBC are not going to show it. The ITV are not going to show it. It's not going to go on Channel 4, is it? So then it goes in the bottom drawer, and I can't talk to anyone else. So I got that email. I could show you the email. I'll forward you the email. I kind of said to her, listen, I'm, really flattered and thank you for the offer of the money. It's not about money. It's not about money. And then trust me, no one could do with 85 grand more than me. I've just been robbed. But I'll talk to you for nothing. How much have I asked you for today? I'm going to do a 200-mile round trip. I don't even want petrol money. Because it's not about money. And I said, I will talk to you. I don't want your money and I'm not signing the contract. Do you know what happened? I'd never heard from them again. So if they can't silence you and they can't bump you off in hospital, and that's what they wanted when I was in hospital, I knew what was going to happen. They wanted the death of a prominent anti-vaxxer that they could call COVID.
Where can people find you to find out more about you and what you're fighting against?
It's Milton Keynes Family Funeral Services. If you do a search for MKFS, then you'll find me. And I would say, especially if you're from abroad and you will have an international audience, please call me in British working hours, because otherwise I'll get woken up all night. I haven't got a magic wand. There is no force for good that I can tell you all about other than the moral compass. I'm hearing bad things about anaesthetics that are going in people and flu jabs, and I wouldn't have anything now at all.
And what about your social media platforms?
So I'm on Twitter, and that's at O'Looney John. I'm also on Telegram. If you do a search for John O'Looney. And I hated doing that. It used to be called Oasis Fidelis. An oasis of friends, that means Fidelis is Latin for friends. People couldn't find it. They were looking for me. And so I've had to put my name to it. And it's not about me. I can't wait to go back to being a fucking undertaker. Any money, there's no book, there's no T-shirt, there's no videos that I've ever been paid for. I just can't stand there and sit and watch these people coming in with this and dying and nobody doing anything about it. It's mental.
Well, my final question then, where do you go from here and when do you return to John the Undertaker?
These people are standing in the dock at Nuremberg.
You're going to keep going?
Yeah, I'm never going to shut up. And if prison is part of my journey, so be it. I'm never, ever going to be silenced. No. I can't. There's too many murder victims. Never going to face justice otherwise. We need justice for these people. They need to be brought to account because we're more than grass.
It's almost impossible not to respect a man with your conviction.
I'm not frightened. I'm not frightened of death. Do I want to be tortured to death? Of course, our family any more important than yours. And what kind of guy would I be if I didn't say anything? We've got undertakers who know what's going on. They all know. I've spoken to them. I've even had them tap me on the shoulder at the local crematorium saying, oh, well done, thanks for speaking out, needed to be said. And then I look at them and I go, okay, that's great. What about you saying something? And they're gutless. They're more bothered about their own direct debits than they are about the life of a child or a woman or even, what right did they have to kill the old of? None. And I won't stand there and not call them arseholes, right? Until if they could put me under a guillotine, I'll still shout bollocks.
And is there anything else without me asking you off the cuff that you want to say? What would your final message be to people watching it?
I would just say that this is a numbers game. All revolutions are. And that's what we need. There is no one to vote for. There is no democracy. It's just two cheeks of the same arse. These people are here to follow the Agenda 2030 and the Kalergi plan. They are replacing us. And the plan is to get rid of us and get upon it as a funeral director when I realised COVID was a lie and who was dying. And it's led me down other rabbit holes that are all part of the same plan. You can choose to believe it, you can choose to ignore it. It won't change what's going to happen, will it? And as they become more and more draconian and tyrannical and arrest and round us up for people shouting at police dogs while they're raping and killing British citizens, in your heart, do you know the way I would say it? People in their hearts know something is wrong, but we all suffer from like a flight and fight syndrome, don't we? And you would have seen this on the door. When there's aggro, some people freeze. Others, and they cower down. Other people run, and then there are fighters. And I've always, the way I would put it, and I've said this before, if we're on the motorway and there's an accident up ahead and you're sitting in a motor, And young girls will resonate most with this because blokes stare at them. But you're sitting in a car and it's all stationary. And while you're sitting there, you know that guy is clocking you. You can't see him, but you know. And you turn quickly, don't you? And you clock them and they go, how is it you know? It's that intuition that we've all got. And I think people in their hearts, they know something is very, very, very wrong. Not only with COVID, but politically, and the fact that thousands and thousands of young men are being ferried in as they're taking every benefit of our pensioners, people that have built this country, and they're flooded this trench mentality where they're sitting there. And imagine being in the Somme, right? And the whistles can at each other down this trench. Student go up first. Who's going to go over the top first and lead from the front? And it's going to be, I think, people like Robinson and people like yourself and people like me. People that have got a little bit about them, and we know what is happening. And I decided to lead from the front, and I don't give a fuck what they do to me. It's never been about me. I'm not bothered. I ain't frightened of them because I know when I die, it's not the end. This is the beginning. And I'll be remembered for all the right reasons. So that's going to be my legacy. I know what they're doing. They don't fucking frighten me. Fuck them.
Well, talking of being remembered, I'll certainly remember this conversation. And this interview escalated, being fascinating to say the least. And I could have sat here for a few more hours, but I've thoroughly enjoyed you giving me all your information and headspace and time. And I look forward to see what happens to you and your cause in the future.
Oh, bless you. Well, I can tell you now, there's more good in the world than bad. It depends what is going to happen. And my future is their future as well. It's the future for their kids. And I had a very interesting conversation with a guy yesterday, right? So yesterday I was driving in Milton Keynes and I'm coming back to the shop and I noticed a guy because I notice things. And I noticed a guy in a lumberjack shirt with a little engineer's suitcase playing about with a lamppost. So I spun back round and I know what they're doing with the lamppost. And I sat by the side of the road and I waited for this guy to come out and I pulled him and I said, what are you doing with the lamppost, mate? He works for the council, right? He's an engineer, lamppost engineer. The little bit at the top is the repeater. Have a look at a guy called Mark Steele. Everything he said is total truth. And if you think about it logically, the 5G, right? When did they put that up? When we was on lockdown. Is your phone any better since all these masks are up? No. Do you know why? Because it's not there for the internet.
What's it there for?
Graphene oxide and crap that's inside people. The frequencies are going to be pumped out. See it for what it is and listen to what people like Mark Steele have got to say. It's very, very real. It's very true. And it is going to happen. It's just a matter. You wait and see. It will happen.
If I'm honest, until today, I've been quite ignorant to a lot of things.
Yeah. It's a big picture. It's a bigger picture.
And we're all guilty of sort of not paying attention when we've got other things distracting us. So
it's been both when you are me, people reach out to you. And all these different people in all different fields of expertise have reached out to me and they've told me and they've furnished me with different bits. And it builds a whole picture. And it's fucking horrific. And unless we come together, people of all colours and all faiths, and stop these bastards, they are cutting the grass and there'll be very few of us left in the coming years. And that is including the attack on farming as well. And the fishing industry, it's all interlinked. But you just have to see it. You have to have the eyes to see it. And it's both a blessing and a curse. It says in the Bible, only the truth will set us free, doesn't it? It's been both a blessing and a curse. And ignorance probably is bliss. It's not a nice world run by fucking awful people. And we need to stop them. Because if we don't, our kids are going to have no future.
Well, I'm certainly for a brighter future.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing it. I'm not doing it because I'm a nut. I want these people arrested and locked up and held to account. I don't think that's an expectation. So that's what I'm going to push for, right up until they come and get me, probably.
Well, good for you for having the stones to do it, and I certainly will. And it's been a joy.
Yeah, and you, brother.
Thank you,
God bless.
online if it's about talking and words and opinions, then just keep it online.
Unless you
what's the point of taking it to face to face? The whole point, Baz, is to taking it to face is ulterior motives, right? To set people up, to reveal their real identity, to put their families in danger, to put their children in danger, put their wife in danger, right? How else can we take that?
Ghost, because you want to remain anonymous, but
that's my debate is online. It's got nothing to do with real life, right? If you want me to meet up real life, that means you're trying to put my children in danger.
No, it doesn't.
Right? It is. What's the whole point? What's going to change?
If me and you had a fallout, Ghost, and I said, okay, let's meet up face to face, that doesn't mean I want to fucking punch your child. What you on about?
No, but if you said you want to have a discussion face to face, right? Not a fight. A fight, two men can sort it out, right? But if you're going to have the same debate that we could have online, face to face, then you're trying to put my family in danger.
No, I don't. I get your point, but I don't agree at all. I disagree.
Yeah, but this is my point, right?
Yeah, I don't think it necessarily follows that the intention is to harm your family.
No, so what's the intention then, Jen,
offer someone, if you offer someone to a debate at Speaker's Corner, the intention is to win that and embarrass them in public. That's the intention, right? That's why he would want people to show up.
No, he did that with me, man. He wanted a fight. Right. He wanted a fight, and I agreed to a fight. But then he said, "Oh, you need to send me your picture."
Fight.
You need to send me your picture.
Hey, Ghost, what you
that was different than a
Ghost. Hold, one second, please. Ghost, that's the equivalent of you saying, "If I invited you to a barbecue, I'm putting your family in danger."
No, that's a barbecue, right?
Yeah. But then we'd be meeting face to face.
No, but you're not goading me into coming there, right? Saying that I'm scared if I don't show up. Or if you don't come to a barbecue, that means you're scared. That's a different thing, right? Barbecue have a choice. And it's not taken as anything. Here, you're literally trying to goad people into coming into a public space so you can dox their real identity. Right? If you think that's about a debate, like Jenny's trying to put, that's fucking lies, and she knows that, right?
Well, hold on.
She knows that's not the truth. If two people showed their face and then you said, "Oh, let's have a public debate," that's a different thing. If one person is anonymous and you're trying to take them out of that place and bring them into a different atmosphere, then we know what the intentions is, right? That's trying to take them out of what they are and bring them into real life.
Sometimes.
Yeah, it's
I
clear.
mean, you're a Manchester. Hey, Ghost, you're a Manchester United fan. If I was living in Manchester, which I'm obviously not far from, if I was living in Manchester, I would have probably said to you in the past, "Hey, Ghost, when you go into the Manchester United next match, do you want to fucking go for a pint or a meal or something?" You probably don't drink, but you know. And what?
Yeah,
then you think that's doxing you?
Back in the day, right, if I was naive to this YouTube game, I would have like met up with people that I got along with. But the way people have stabbed each other in the back on here, I would not even want to meet up with my closest ally or exchange any personal.
That's where you're making your mistake, Coach, because my missus is asleep right next to me as we speak. We're engaged. We literally met online. And I know that's sad, like, kind of, but
but this is not this environment of YouTube, right? That might have been a different online Facebook or whatever, right? That's not the environment of YouTube that we're used to.
I couldn't be happier. You know, I love my missus.
Yeah, I'm glad for you that it worked out, right? But I would never want to meet anybody online in real life or
not even
give them
I2K.
my personal number or anything, right? Never.
Can you not see the issue then, Ghost, when you platform things that literally do affect other people's real lives, but you're not willing to give over your own life? You can't see the issue.
Okay, like...
I've got little children, right?
You're talking about...
Yeah, so did... Wow. And did you just say shut up, Baz? Did I just hear shut up, Kaylee, from Baz? Is that what I heard?
Multiple times. Kaylee, he's not the one sending letters.
Right, and do you want... Right, excuse me?
He's not the one sending letters to people's neighbours.
Right, you're right. Okay,
he's not
mate.
the one writing people's
Yeah,
names.
right. There's a reason. Do you understand? Do you understand? Right, between the police, between the police,
streaming it, yelling at a neighbor.
Excuse me.
Or live streaming it, you're yelling at a neighbor.
Yeah, I've clarified all of my reasons, and so far the authorities haven't challenged me on it. The police haven't challenged me. Mental health haven't challenged. No, nobody's challenged me. You fucking idiots! It's just you idiots on the internet that think you've got the. You've got the. Excuse me. No. I literally just come on. I wasn't even addressing you, Baz. I didn't even see you on the fucking panel, and you.
She wanted to have a go at me, right? Because it's
even having a go. I'm just being a fucking voice of reason.
Everybody loves to have a go at ghosts, right?
I'm just being rational. I'm just being rational in context of what's gone on in the fucking world. You narcissist idiots. You're inviting. You think you're not going to be recognised anyway, Ghost. Why are you not brave enough to ID yourself because you've got children? Why is it? You're a fucking idiot if you're not willing to put your name and your face to your words, and you're getting your fucking perks and your ego straight to do this shit.
My children in danger. You daft.
Kaylee, put your face on.
Yeah, you're stupid.
Yeah, do it.
Idiot.
Kaylee, put your face on the screen right now.
No, I don't want to see your face. Right? I'd rather have a decent discussion with Jen, right? Jen. Rather than fucking have stupid, silly conversation with Kaylee where she threatens me every 5 minutes, right?
Oh, she threatens everyone. Get over yourself, Ghost. She threatens everyone.
Yeah, I don't even know why you bring this chick up, man. It's kind of like every time.
And you stupid cunt. You think you're not going to get fucking... You're all fucked. You're all fucked.
Really? Let me guess. We're all going to jail.
This is literally what we're talking about.
What
are you talking about, bro?
Don't go nowhere.
I don't even know you.
The power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels you.
Dead nonsense.
The power of Christ compels you.
Fuck you to hell.
Power of Christ compels you.
There you go.
Psycho. I don't even know this chick, but she ruins every panel.
What's she doing here? Like, who invited her on here? Nobody wants you on here, man. Oh,
weirdo.
Oh, it's entertaining. Listen, it's entertaining.
But what I'm saying is, like, Jen, right? Me and you have both been on these streams, right? We're aware of characters, and we were aware of their real intentions, right? But people have like the real intentions are a lot deeper, right? And I understood that because I nearly fell for it at one stage, right? And I fucking realized that these people like want to really dox you. They want to dox your real identity, and if that puts your family in danger, so be it. It is what it is. They don't give a shit.
All right, how long before Jake shows up?
Thinking that she was getting bullied, and I was literally trying to have her back. And even whilst I was arguing with someone else on her behalf, saying, "All right, you're being a bit mean. Like, clearly she's upset." She started screaming at me, like, "I can speak myself. Fuck you, fuck you."
Bro, she was gonna scream regardless, right? She can only put like 2-3 sentences together before she starts whiling out. It's all the build up, right? I don't know why she still comes on this channel. I've not spoken about her for months, right?
All she does is threaten people with the police and like calling, investigate, and see that's the.
Have you seen her comments?
And don't you think? Yeah, I try not to, but
That's a knife emoji.
One second,
this is the thing, right? Is this worse than offering someone to a formal debate at Speaker's Corner? Like the stuff that she's doing is clearly, worse.
I think her madness is on another level, right? But that doesn't mean that offering people in real life coming out for a debate when they are anonymous is like.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it could. It could be a draw out. It could be a draw out, but it's the intentions.
We all know it is.
Because
what difference is debate is going to make online to? Right, you can still debate the real points, right? Like people on Speaker's Corner, they came online during the week and then they went in Speaker's Corner and debate the same points. It didn't fucking make a difference, right? Apart from getting physical or getting people arrested or having real life issues, right? If it's an online thing, just keep it online, right? You're deliberately trying to take it to a next level, and now you've made people, I'm not saying he made people, but you've put people in a position where they need to take it to real life, and now they're going to Gurdwaras. It's fucking crazy. Just
Well,
keep
exactly.
it online.
It gets worse, man. People have an argument
So
online,
these
and then
guys.
they start messing
sorry.
with family members
All right.
and fucking
So in my area, I don't really
employers and all
give too
kinds
much
of
away,
madness.
right? Two people had a beef, right? Two people had a beef. It started off with a normal fight over the football match, right? It led to people hyping both parties up. That one person went and torched somebody's car outside their house, right? They set the car on fire.
Is this then you're on about?
No. It's not then. It's not then, I swear, right? So that person now was like, I wasn't saying encouraged, but was put in a position that they had to do something in return. So in return, what did they do? They went and fired gunshots at the house.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go?
did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense
1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all
the nonces go. In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonces go? Where did all the nonces go? Where did all the nonces go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonces go? Where did all the nonces go? Where did all the nonces go? In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonces go? Where did all the nonces go? Where did all the nonces go? In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide
did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense
In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense